to windows that blend style and performance, Emmons has you covered. Go to emmonsroofing.com. My great friends at emmonsroofing.com.
Let me tell you something about insurance. When you sign your insurance policy, for some brokers, that's the finish line. Handshake, commission, done. Then you may not hear from them again until it's time for renewal. But your business runs all year, so do the gaps and the risk. So go to supersure.com. If your company has more than 25 employees, whether you're the owner, CFO, or HR manager, it can be too complex to just go buy a policy online. Supersure is the super agency built for you, licensed in every state for your business insurance and employee benefits, all with year-round support for you and your team. At supersure.com, you can access tools like fine print facts. It'll translate your current policy into plain English so you see what's covered and what's not. Plus a business value calculator so you can estimate what your business is worth so you know what actually needs protecting. Go to supersure.com. One super agency, one powerful platform, all your policies in one place. Supersure.com. That's supersure.com. Paid for by Supersure Insurance Agency, LLC, a licensed insurance agency.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com and get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC. NPN number 2083768.
TurnersvilleJeep.com wants to save you money at the pump this month with a brand new Jeep Cherokee Hybrid. Not worried about gas prices? Then check out our huge inventory of Wranglers, Grand Cherokees, or Ram trucks, and Dodge Durango.
Equipped with V8 engines.
Don't have a down payment? No problem. We work with dozens of banks who offer 0 down payments and no payments for 90 days to qualified buyers. Just minutes from all bridges or online 24/7 at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Again, that's TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, young man. What's up, Pennsylvania? No, keep it going. Keep it going. YouTube silent? Sorry. Turn the radio on too while you're listening. I'm playing YMCA. How American? Andrew, can you think of anything more American?
Not really. I mean, baseball, but yeah, I got you.
Woo! I love it. It's so American. If you are a Gen X, you spent time at the YMCA. I hear this song and my memory immediately goes back to simpler days when it was just safe and fun. You could turn it down a little bit. I just loved it. I'm so sorry you guys on YouTube could not hear it. So I must look really awkward, right? Just dancing. But yeah, if you are a Gen X and older, you spent time at the YMCA. And the YMCA is synonymous with apple pie, right? It's like such an American thing. Or for Andrew, what is it? Baseball, softball? What do you say? Baseball, right? Thank God. No, I do not. It's so synonymous. It goes back to the simpler days in this country where as a child we stayed out all day until the sun, even though I grew up on a pig farm, I do remember one street light right over our driveway. And that light came on. That was the signal for us to come in. But it was, you as a child, you were not allowed to stay in the house all day, sitting up under adults, watching TV or listening to adult conversations. We woke up, we ate, we watched our cartoons if it was a Saturday, and then we were outside exploring, going up and down the street. Yes. So when I hear that, I'm thinking about America 250, happy birthday, America. I'm thinking like, what did it feel like to be so excited and optimistic about the future of our country? And I was going through songs and I came across YMCA and immediately I just went right back to my childhood when it was just so much fun. Yeah, no. And the pool at the Trenton YMCA men swim nude, is that today? Because that wasn't back in the day. Or maybe y'all up here in the north, were really progressive even in the 80s. I don't know. Yes, Susie, love. We were free range children. Have you heard of free range chicken? Yeah, we were free range children. And then my kid, now I grow up and have kids. And I mean, look around you. Like, when was the last time you saw a bunch of kids outside playing? Think about it. Pause for a moment. Think, when was the last time? Like, even in their backyards. Like, when was the last time a kid from one neighbor's home could just walk over and join a group of other kids and just start playing? When was the last time you saw that? Now, I saw that. I have some amazing neighbors, and so I see their little teen boys and preteen boys out in the front yard playing around, and that is very exciting. But when my babies were growing up, you had to have these scheduled play dates where we all just, all the moms, right, just hyper vigilant, just kind of, helicopter. And I am a helicopter mom. Yeah, I make no excuses for that because of the culture in which we're living in. But nonetheless, I wanted to open up with that. And we're going to be playing some of those songs, kind of patriotic. Just reminds me of happier days because although, you have to have a balance. Otherwise, you're going to lose your mind like many of the people on the left. If you're just so pessimistic, or if you're just constantly looking at the negative, you're going to find yourself having some kind of derangement syndrome. right? Because and actually, I think I may have mentioned to you guys. I know I mentioned it when I came on to Dawn Stensland's show with her. Is that when I started working or running for public office is when I also started taking classes at Harvard. They have all kinds of programs. I'm not trying to get a degree in this, but I signed up and started taking neuroscience classes because I became so interested in how the mind works, in large part, because I want to keep my own mind. Working with Republicans, woo, these consultants, I mean, these people are not trying to win. I mean, there's a reason why we keep losing. And it's not because people are trying to win. It's just like we stumble upon a win, right? But now I'm knee deep with these people I would never talk to or never want to hang out with. I would never invite them to my home. I mean, just the worst of the worst. That's what our political sphere has been. And so now I'm operating in this industry, and now I'm with Vivek, traveling all over the place with these horrible people outside of Vivek, and maybe a handful of others. But I'm like, my God, I got to learn how to keep my own mind. And it started with me kind of clicking, reading books, and then eventually I found my way onto this Harvard website. And I mean, it really is true. Like, we make jokes that these people have lost their mind. I'm sure you guys have all seen the male and female who climbed the Empire State Building to unfurl a flag. I mean, if a stiff wind had come through and knocked them off, let me tell you, I would not have shed a tear. But nonetheless, you see these people up there. You see people, fighting ICE officers, putting themselves between illegal rapists and a bullet and getting harmed. We saw that in Minnesota. Or you see people out here, just doing some of the most insane things, or trying to say a boy is a girl and a boy can now compete against a girl, and looking at me as if I'm the crazy one, as if I've lost my mind, as if something is wrong with me. And you're like, these people have lost their mind. And we would say it as a joking manner, but from a neuroscience perspective, these people have literally lost their mind. But it is a psychological training that goes on. I mean, it's very scientific. And now I am not trying to get a degree. I am a lay person, a very, very lay person in this sector of science. And if I can understand it, it just really rubs me raw that if I can understand what is happening and this constant barrage, this barrage of Trump is evil, Trump is bad. Like right now, you can't even celebrate America's 250th year because somehow it has become equated to celebrating Donald Trump, literally. And it's being pushed and reinforced by the media, by academia, by all of these talking heads, by teachers. And it's become a part of the formation of how we see the world around us. And this is all these people see is Trump is bad. America is evil. We cannot have a nation of people, a growing nation of people who hate their own country and think we're going to survive as a nation. So when I say enjoy the grilling of those hot dogs today, because this just might be the last 4th of July we're allowed to celebrate. It may be the last 4th of July of even having a country. Like, it's not hyperbole. Unless you have stuck your head in the sand, or unless you're dead, maybe you need to check your pulse. Because if you don't see what is so obvious around us, if you're not looking at what is going on in Europe, a report just came out of the number of sexual violence and rape offenses in Europe. Over 256,000 sexual violence offenses, and of which 38% were rape offenses, and they refuse to name the group of people who are primarily going around raping our young girls and boys, because to name the name is to be unkind. The world has changed all around us. And it starts, and for someone like me, I want to see the glass half full. And yet I'm watching the world around me and I'm like, something has gone fundamentally wrong with how we are forming the next generation. Between colleges, universities, the media, these talking heads, we they are deforming our children. We have deformed, mentally deformed young people in our nation. And it is not by mistake. As a layperson, if I could see the science and what is going on in front of us, surely those who have spent a lifetime, who are sitting in very high places, who have the platform and the microphone and the credentials to say we must stop this derangement because we are deforming our children, and yet they do nothing. They sit on their hands and they allow this stuff to happen. We're in trouble. And if I can see it, surely they know it. You're listening to Kathy Barnett. I'm sitting in for Dawn Stensland. Here's the call-in number, 855-839-1210. You got some of that patriotic music to take us out? Yeah, 855-839-1210. I'll see you guys on the other side.
Experience class.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
With American Heritage Credit Union, certificates and IRA savings products come in a variety of terms, like a 24-month certificate at 4.00% APY or a 12-month IRA certificate at 3.91% APY. For flexibility, consider our high-yield savings account with an APY of 3.10%. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/savings to learn more. Insured by the NCUA. Additional share insurance provided by ESI. Not a member? Join today.
Every week on the Moth Podcast, you'll hear true stories that will intrigue you, inspire you, and make you laugh.
He said, is there anything in your diet that might be spiking your blood sugar? I said, sometimes I eat pizza until I'm unconscious. He said, I think that might be it.
For real stories live on stage from comedians, astronauts, accountants, farmers, and people just like you, follow and listen to The Moth wherever you get your podcasts.
Dawn Stensland, weekdays 10 till noon, only on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And on the free Odyssey app.
where at least I know I'm free. Won't forget the men who died. Yes. God bless the USA. An American where at least I know I'm free. Yes. God bless the United States of America. God bless the United States of America. We are the greatest nation ever. Prove me wrong. Give me a call, 855-839-1210. I'll let you say why you think it's not. Praise the Lord. What a blessing that I was not born in Africa. Praise the Lord. What a blessing that I was born on the soil of the greatest nation in the world. I would not be me. I would not have been able to get from one station in life to another station in life if I was not born here in America. I just don't see it. I travel so much of the world in the military. I remember as a young girl going to South Korea, and, South Korea, like they say, democracy. No, because when you travel, when you're in the military, when you travel into other countries, you're not going to the resort communities. You're going behind the curtain, and you get to really see how people are living, and fathers selling their daughters for tractors, for equipment. And, I forgot the name of these little houses that all the military men would go to. And although I was young, I could go. And and I remember going, and these girls were just so pretty. And I had my little translation book, and I was going back and forth from English to Korean. And I'm up here talking to these girls. Today, I now know they're prostitutes for the most part. But at the time, I'm 19, or no, maybe like 18. And I just, and I'm just talking. I'm Chatty Cathy. I've always been a Chatty Cathy. And I'm just talking, and I'm like engaging in conversation, and they're telling me how their father sold them to the owner of this little, I don't know what it's called. For some reason, I want to say dojo, but I don't think that's it. And, and having to work it off, and just all of that. And then I came back to America, and I almost kissed the ground. But it was one of my first lessons. I think it may have been my first time out of the country, of going into another part of the world and watching, just the difference. So when I remember when these white woke suburban liberals started wearing these little pink caps talking about, misogyny, I'm like, oh no, boo. See, I had the ability to compare and contrast because I've been outside of the country. I know what it looks like for women not to have the rights that we have today. And so as a black person, as a poor black person, there's no better place to be born than in America. And I grew up underneath a rock. And I'm so grateful to this country, this beautiful, beautiful country. Not perfect at all. I have the blood of slaves coursing through my veins. And I know the good, the bad, the despicable things that happen in this country. And I still come out on the other side saying, thank God I'm an American. God bless this country. God bless her people. I pray for all of you. I really do. I routinely pray for the people of this country and for the safety of this nation, for the wisdom of our leaders. Even when Barack Hussein Obama was in office, I prayed that God would surround him with wisdom. Even for dementia-ridden Biden, I prayed for wisdom for those around him. And then you have these people who are out here tearing up the reflection, the Lincoln Memorial reflection pool because they just hate this country. And I don't get it. I see I have callers. Let me go to David. Hey, Dave, how you doing?
Hey,
David.
Kathy, how you doing?
Hey, David.
Hey, how you doing?
Thank you for calling.
You're welcome. Thank you. Join the show.
Thank you.
So I got twin 12-year-old girls, and luckily they're being raised, by someone like me who's kind of an old soul and everything. And it makes me wonder, though. I notice each generation seems like they get less and less appreciative of the country they live in, less patriotic. Why do you think that is?
Because most of us believe that formation, like the building blocks of formation is, values, our beliefs, our ideas. We think the next generation just inherited like DNA or inherited like osmosis. No, we have to actively teach our children this. We have to actively teach them the Pledge of Allegiance, have them to read the Declaration of Independence, let them watch movies or read books about our founders and those particular things.
Yeah, and that's a good point. Again, my twins are 12 now, so back when they were maybe 3 to 5 or 6 or so, we started, we would drive down the road and you see a business that has a huge American flag, and we would point it out and we would say things like, don't we have a pretty flag, girls? Don't we have probably the best flag in the world? We have such a beautiful flag. And I would kind of tell them what it means. And actually one of my twins, were driving down the road one day, and we saw an American flag or like a little stick, one of those little tiny ones you put in the yard or something, that was on the road. And Emily was like, Daddy, look, there's an American flag on the road. That's not supposed to be there. I said, you're right. So we stopped the car, picked it up, and she appreciated it. And she actually put it in her little play kitchen back at the house. So they do appreciate the flag and everything. And we do try to instill them, how much better it is here than other countries, the freedoms that they have and everything that they would not have, especially being females, in a lot of countries they would not have.
Right.
And one thing I thought about doing with them right now is maybe just interviewing them a little bit about their country, what they know about it, what they feel about it now. Yeah. So then when the country turns 300, when they're 62, they can look back and say, well, hey, when I was 12, here's what my thoughts were as a 12-year-old,
Yes, David, absolutely. That's exactly what you should do. Let me encourage you to do that. That's your job as a father.
Yeah.
That's not the school system's responsibility. That's your job. And that is amazing that as a man, as a father, you understand that and you will bequeath that down like an inheritance to your children.
And I don't try to whitewash it. I don't try to say, hey, we don't have anything wrong. We've never done anything wrong as a country. We've done a lot of bad things, but the good far outweigh the bad. And all these countries out there that badmouth us, you let a hurricane or an earthquake or some kind of disaster hit, and they're the first ones saying, hey, America, can you help us out?
Yeah, exactly.
And we're the first ones to say, we will help you out. So even the countries that hate us, they still hold their hand out saying, hey, can you help us out, big brother of the world? But I just hope that they'll get a little bit more patriotic as time goes on. I just hate to see the kids less and less, to the point they even see the American flag as being racist or something like that. And it's just sad to see that. So I was just kind of curious what your thoughts were on that.
Well, David, let me just encourage you. Let me tell you, I think men, the only way we can get out of this is really for our men to stand up and protect us. I am all about, I talk against feminism every chance I get. I think feminism has done so much to harm our great nation. And I am such a supporter of men being men and fathers fathering their children, shaping the next generation. That's your role. And I'm so grateful that you're stepping into that, or that you have stepped in, or that you've been living that out.
Yes, ma'am.
I want you to continue to do that. But let me tell you, It was Ronald Reagan. Let me just read this little clip. Ronald Reagan said, "Freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. We didn't pass it to our children in the bloodstream. It must be fought for, protected, and handed on for them to do the same. Or one day we will spend our sunset years telling our children and our children's children what it was once like in the United States, where men were free."
Right.
Thank you so much, David, for calling in.
Thank you. Great show. Thank
Okay,
you.
blessings. Okay, Frank, I see you.
Good morning, Kathy. Thank you for taking my call, Kat.
Absolutely. Oh, Cat. That's what my family called me down in Alabama, Cat.
Hey, listen, Kat, you mentioned South Korea.
Yeah.
I'm one of the last of the drafts in 1972 was the last of the draft, and I was one of the last of the draft that got deployed to South Korea. And I thank God that I wasn't deployed to Vietnam, because it could have been worse, because a lot of my buddies got killed over there.
Yes.
So,
Oh, my goodness. Thank you. Thank you so much for
in saying that, I like to wish all the veterans and all the military personnel that are serving today a happy 4th and a safe one.
Thank you so much, Frank. Happy 4th of July.
And Catherine, I wasn't born in this country. I was born in Italy, came here when I was 6 years old, and was drafted in 1972 out of my first year of college. And I don't regret it one bit serving our country.
Why? Why don't you regret it?
I don't regret it because this country gave my parents to raise 7 kids here in the United States without any assistance or without anything that's going on today, all the fraudulent things that are going in Minnesota and all the rest of the country, things that are going on to it. And let me say one more thing, Kat, that if we don't go forward in saving this our country, they planted a seed in our country in the past 12 years, I would say, that between the 19 million people that they illegally came through the border, the Chinese Communist Party working together with the Middle East Islamic radicals over there, and also Russia. They planted so many seeds here in the United States, and we got to find them and deploy them and get them out of this country.
I agree. Frank.
That's the only way.
You are speaking truth, Frank. Thank you so much for calling in. Thank you for your service, and happy 4th of July.
One more thing. In South Philadelphia, where I live at, there will be no flag burning over in South Philadelphia.
How about that? How about that? Let's get a GoFundMe for those who may get accosted by the police from stopping someone from running out into the streets with a fire hydrant to put out the fire, because they'll probably try to arrest you, Frank. Yes, you know what, guys, go to KathyBarnett.com if you want to start a GoFundMe for any patriots that want to run out into the streets with a fire hydrant to put out fires. If anyone is burning a flag, I'm all about that. We got to do our part as well. Frank, happy 4th of July.
As I'm speaking to you, I'm watering my Veterans Memorial that I built for the all veterans down here in South Philadelphia.
Thank you, Frank.
Thank you. Have a blessed day.
And keep passing it on. Keep telling your story, okay? My goodness. I love Frank. I love David. My heart was so warmed. I love it when men are men. We don't need any more beta males. We don't need any more punks and simps. We need men with testosterone rushing through their veins. That's what we need. I am Kathy Barnett, sitting in for Don Stensland. The call-in number is 855-839-1210. I would love to hear your stories. I would love to hear how you're celebrating the 250th year of this amazing nation. I would love to hear from you if you feel the opposite about this country. The number is 855-839-1210.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Money.
For some, the hardest part about going on vacation is taking your head out of the office. Some people can't unplug even when they're far away.
52% of the population still remains connected when they go on vacation.
Workplace consultant Rick Cobb says time off is necessary and could potentially lead to a longer life.
Are you working to live or living to work? And I think that cliche still holds true.
I'm Rob Hart.
Let's take a moment to breathe. Deep inhale. Extend your spine. Remain focused on what you're doing. If safe to do so, exhale slowly, leaning to one side. Inhale back to center. If safe to do so, exhale slowly to the opposite side. Find mental health resources at loveyourmindtoday.org. This message is brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ed Council.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
Let me tell you something about insurance. When you sign your insurance policy, for some brokers, that's the finish line. Handshake, commission, done. Then you may not hear from them again until it's time for renewal. But your business runs all year, so do the gaps and the risk. So go to supersure.com. If your company has more than 25 employees, whether you're the owner, CFO, or HR manager, it can be too complex to just go buy a policy online. Supersure is the super agency built for you, licensed in every state for your business insurance and employee benefits, all with year-round support for you and your team. At supersure.com, you can access tools like fine print facts. It'll translate your current policy into plain English so you see what's covered and what's not. Plus a business value calculator so you can estimate what your business is worth so you know what actually needs protecting. Go to supersure.com. One super agency, one powerful platform, all your policies in one place. Supersure.com. That's supersure.com. Paid for by Supersure Insurance Agency, LLC, a licensed insurance agency.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
What's Yes. the greatest country ever. I love this country. I love it. Happy birthday, America. You go, girl. You don't look a day over 10. I'm so grateful for this nation. I love this country. I know there may be some ick in that for some of you. It may be too much. I remember being on the campaign trail, and I think I may have mentioned this to you guys already, and I was at Villanova, was hosting one of the debates, and there were all of these little teeny boppers. I have to say they were all, not black or white, so it was some other kind of ethnicity. And I was standing there, and someone asked a question, I don't know what it was, about America or maybe racism or something of that nature. And I go into, my default is I love this country. And as a black person, but specifically as a black person who grew up in the very deep South of Alabama. And let me tell you guys something. I know what racism looks like. I know what real racism feels like. And when I see people up here in the North, I don't know why they're doing what they're doing. Maybe it's racist. I don't know. But what I do know, if they are trying to be a racist towards me, they're not even doing it right. In Alabama, in the deep South of Alabama, let me tell you something. Or you go to Mississippi, let me tell you something. I know what real racism looks like, what it feels like. I remember once as a young girl, I was probably in, either 19 or 20 and walking, and I was in Alabama and I walked, I don't know, I forget where I walked into, but let me tell you something. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. Without a word being said, I knew I just walked into something and I needed to get my behind out of there as soon as possible. So I know what real racism feels like. I know what real deep down hate for someone feels like and what it looks like. I know my own history with the blood of slaves coursing through my veins, and I still come out on the other side saying, God bless America. Let me tell you something. China will never be able to be accused of being progressive. Iran will never be able to be accused of being progressive because they are exactly who they are now. With Iran, there was a point in time when they were free, but over the past 57 plus years, Iran cannot be accused of being progressive, of learning, of growing, of deciding to be better, of deciding to put certain aspects of their history into the dustbin of history. China will never be accused of that. Nope. Nope. India still has caste systems. I know. It's a democracy, whatever. There are places in this world, more places than not, who will never be accused of being progressive. But America, we are not who we once were, into the good and the bad. I wish we could take some of that patriotic spirit from the past and bring it forward. But that comes from people like you and I would, Joanne, hold on right there, my friend. I am going to just read this. I was reading this right here from not Abraham Lincoln, Ronald Reagan. That speech that we quote about freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. We didn't pass it to our children in the bloodstream. It must be fought for, protected, and handed on for them to do the same. Or one day we will spend our sunset years telling our children and our children's children what it was once like in the United States where men were free. This was his 1961 speech entitled Encroaching Control. He was speaking out against socialism. Freedom is not self-sustaining. Each generation, i.e. this generation, must actively persevere and transmit the institutions, the principles, and the habits that support a free society. I'm going to talk about that a little bit later on, but I thought that was so revealing, encroaching control from socialism. Because socialism is not self-government. Socialism is government control. And I don't care if they call it Working People Party. I don't care if they call it Democrat Socialist America. I don't care if they add the word America to it. It's socialism. And like, I think it was Lenin who said, the goal of socialism is communism. The goal of a little control is total control. But you people who are listening, my people, we got to do better. Okay, Joanne from Pottstown, former 4th grade teacher. Hey, Joanne. I don't hear her. Joanne. Hey, Joanne.
Yeah. When my children walked in on the first day of school, I had over the door of the classroom American. And I said, boys and girls, go back and read the last 4 letters in that word. So we went out and looked, and it said, I can. And I said, those are the kind of people you're going to be in this classroom. You're going to be I can people.
Yes.
And not one of my students over the 35 years that I taught ever left my 4th grade class without knowing all 48 at that time, it was 48 states. They had to go to a rug with the outline of the United States, and they had to point and name all the states.
Yeah.
Then after they learned that, their name went up on a great big board to recognize them, and then they went back and learned the capital for each one of those states. But I was able to talk to 4th grade at that time and tell them, boys and girls, the Congress and the government doesn't make anything.
That's
I
right.
said, you are the people that are the makers. And I'll tell you, I've had kids come back over the years to tell me how important that was to them.
Absolutely. Bravo. Do we have a applause button for Joanne? You did your job well, Joanne. You did your job well. That's exactly what we're supposed to do. Parents, citizens, churches, schools, communities. We have to actively teach and defend freedom. We have to, it's not something that is automatic. You don't roll over and by osmosis become free. Otherwise, look at Iran right now. Look at, what is it? I was going to say China, but what was it? Hong Kong. Now under the control of the Chinese Communist Party. You have to fight and defend freedom. And we have the easiest position. We don't have to go out and fight for freedom. We just have to remind our children about freedom and the principles of freedom. And we can't even get that right, but we need to do better. Joanne, I don't know. Can you find the applause button? Let me just give you your roses. Thank you, Joanne, for doing your job so well. You have a blessed, happy birthday, Joanne. You're a citizen. Happy 4th of July.
I am proud to be an American, and I go out and I publicize it. I'm not quiet about it.
That's right. You got to be loud. I don't have to write a law to take your freedom away if you're willing to just hand it over to me. So I'm not crouching. I have never crouched. I never confused a boy and a girl. I never confused what I knew to be right with something that I know to be wrong. I am not perfect, but I be doggone if you gonna get me to lie, not only to myself, but to my children. So, Joanne, thank you so much for calling in. Woohoo! Susan from Chester Springs. How are you, Susan?
Oh, hi, Kathy. Listen, I am so happy to have had you all week.
Yay.
An hour on Saturdays is never enough.
Oh,
you are fabulous. Well, I'm first generation on my father's side. I'm horrified. I mean, Lenin said that we would fall from within, not from without. And did you hear about the congressman who went into session today in Harrisburg? Pennsylvania. And he was wearing a jacket that was made to look like the American flag, and they threw him out. Wasn't even allowed to do a vote. Yep.
Wow. Well, you know what? No. I'm telling y'all. See, you guys need to elect people like me, because I would have dragged. They would have to drag me out. I would not be walking out.
Kathy, I have met Sean Hannity. He's a nice guy, but when he did that to you, I'm like, you know what? I'm done with you.
Good.
You're an idiot.
Yes.
So if you ever run again, I'll be right there with my little DN to vote for you.
Susan.
Love you, Kathy. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. I know we have to go to break. Can I take Ben, or you want me to take him after the break? After. Okay, Ben from Abington, please hold on. I will come to you right after this break.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
You've got bikes, you've got scooters, you've got delivery drivers. Now we have robots. What does it say about a city? And I get it, this is the direction of technology. All of the extra technology that's moving as you're trying to move in an already congested city, I think there's going to be a lot of pushback and resistance to the robots here in Philadelphia. Short of the bougie crowd that's going to love it in and around Market and Chestnut.
Send me my Chipotle on this robot from Uber. Like, are we that lazy?
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
On our nation's 250th Independence Day, ask yourself, are you truly financially free? At Crash Proof Retirement, we help Americans break free from market risk, financial stress, and the fear of outliving their retirement nest egg.
Mark Dennert, this is my wife Mary. We started with Crash Proof Retirement in 2023. July 4th should serve as a reminder to everybody that when you're retired, you want to be independent from worries of the stock market. Crash Proof Retirement has provided us with financial independence from the volatility of the market. We could sleep easily knowing that we were going to make 4 or 5% minimum without the risk of losing money in bad times.
This summer, while some people may be worried about their finances, I know we're financially free from any worries through Crash Proof Retirement.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Copperfield Inn on Wednesday, July 22nd. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
No! USA is up 2-0. That is the most dangerous lead in soccer.
Relax, Mike.
See that, Dan? My left eye is twitching. That's my warning eye. It'll be 2-2 by stoppage time. It's never wrong.
With early payout from Bet365, I got paid the second they went up 2 goals. So to me, it's now the safest lead.
Early payout from Bet365, huh? Now my right eye is twitching, Dan.
Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T's and C's apply. In-app only.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Hey, man, you are listening to Kathy Barnett. I am sitting in for the great Don Stensland on the Don Stensland Show. The call-in number is 855-839-1210, 855-839-1210. Ben in Abington. Hey, Ben.
Hi, Kathy. Happy Independence Day.
Yes.
The reason I'm calling, I just wanted to say my parents emigrated here from Italy a couple of years after World War II, and they lived under real fascism and Nazism and told me the horror stories. So I just want to bee-slap these commie crats when I hear them saying we're living under tyranny. It's ridiculous.
They have no idea.
No idea. I mean, my parents love this country so much. My mom even put American cheese in her lasagna. Let's put it that way.
I love it, Ben. Thank you so much for calling in.
Right,
I love it. Guys, listen, I came in here today, Andrew and we had a whole show for you guys already ready to go. But I also gave myself space that if you guys called in and just what was ever on my heart, that's what the show was going to be today. So if you want to be a part of this conversation, call me at 855-839-1210. Before we go to break, let me just say, Richard, I see you out there on YouTube. You mentioned you and your wife just had your, did you say 50th anniversary? That is amazing. Congratulations. Give me some applause for Richard and his lovely bride. You did not mention her name, but happy anniversary, Richard. Applause. Okay, and to Mr. Physical Science, you are right. Memory, just cold memory, rote memory is not the only way to learn. It's not even the best way to learn, but there is a place for it, especially for young children. I had Mississippi Reading ready on she teaches reading, and she said from birth to third grade, you're learning to read. From fourth grade on, you're reading to think. I think that's the way it went. From birth to third grade, you're learning to read. From fourth on in life, you're reading to learn how to think critically. And we need people who know how to think critically and not just emotional. Here's another fun fact. It takes about 5 seconds for your frontal lobe, the logical part of you, to come online with any situation. So if you just give yourself a pause, it's a habit. Create a pause where you take a deep breath, give yourself 5 seconds, and then you will move from being emotional, coming from your temporal lobe and others, and you will be able to think logically. Okay, I'll be right back.
Hit the road this season to watch the Birds. Book your road trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are available now for Nashville, Arizona, Chicago, and London. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly. The official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
The working families of La Una Labor District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
You know what I don't like? Paying for something twice. I can't stand that. Hey, it's Rich Zioli. That's why when it comes to your roof, siding, doors, and windows, there's only one call you should make, and that's to my guys at Emmons Roofing and Siding. Emmons is a platinum Owens Corning contractor, which means that Owens Corning backs not just the shingles, but the workmanship as well for life. That's right, for life. Roofing, siding, windows, doors, residential or commercial, done right the first time, every time. Go to emmonsroofing.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Yay! Awesome. That was 3-year-old Drake Grillo singing the national anthem. I was going through all of my little stash of that. Let me tell you, the national anthem is my favorite song. I cry every single time. I mean, I'm talking about boohoo tears when I hear it because I'm so grateful. And I saw this little 3-year-old and my daughter walks up and she was like, "Oh my goodness, Mom."
Well, the crazy thing is too, if you've been watching the World Cup at all, during the U.S. game, at the beginning of every game, they played the national anthem of both countries.
Mm-hmm.
So at the beginning of all the U.S. games, they play the national anthem. And so this past Wednesday night, the United States played the first knockout game. They beat Bosnia and Herzegovina 2-0. And at the beginning of the game, my kids, because even though it's on TV, you're not physically there where they're playing the national anthem and stuff. I typically don't sit on the couch. I usually try to stand and I'll put my hand over my heart. And my 2-year-old, he's 2.5 now, he's looking up at me, watching me do it. So he's like trying to imitate and stuff like that. And at the same time, I'm like, yes,
I know.
It's great.
But that's it. That's formation.
Yeah, that's what it's supposed to be.
You're teaching. Yeah. It's not by osmosis that our children will grow up and defend and protect and pass on
100%.
what we've been able to enjoy to the next generation. But that's it. It's not like you got to go run a marathon every day. It's these individual choices.
Yeah, it's the little things, and it's the things that you decide every single day.
Absolutely.
And I get to. You got to see it live out with your kids, and they're going to teach it to theirs, and my kids are little right now, but eventually the stuff that you teach them now is what's going to transcend, and it's going to be a part of the next generation and hopefully the next generation after that. So.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for sharing that. I have 2 callers on. Charlie, stay right there. I'm just going to introduce Pastor Bill Devlin, and then I'm going to bring you right in, Charlie. But Pastor Bill Devlin, thank you so much for being on. I appreciate it. How you doing?
Hey, my sister in Jesus, Kathy Barnett, we love you, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Nothing I can do about it.
and Jesus loves you, and there's nothing you can do about it. Hey, I stopped my car when that little boy was singing. I stopped my car, I opened the door, and I stood with my hand over my heart. So thank you. We just thank God for you, Kathy, and the life story that God has given you.
Yeah.
Just your courage, your bravery. I mean, you were out there on the front lines. Now, I was on the front lines in Vietnam for 2 years, 2 tours
and you got
of duty.
a Purple Heart.
As you just said, you have the blood of slaves coursing through your veins. And, of course, I had God gave me the ability to shed blood for America. And that's why, as a combat decorated Purple Heart veteran, DD-214 verifiable, I'm so grateful to be in this nation. And you were just talking about children. Hey, we've got 5, my wife Nancy and I, who loves America and loves me, thank God, 46 years together. And we've got 5 kids, Naomi, Sarah, Luke, Zachariah, and Liddy, that all love America. And guess what? We have 14 American grandchildren and 2 Nigerian grandchildren that we adopted. And all of those kids ranging age, we've got our 14th grandchild due August 10th, and the oldest is 23 grandchild, and all of them have been formed to love America, to stand up for the national anthem, to put their hand over to their heart, and that girls participate in girls' sports, boys participate in boys' sports. So Nancy and I have really done our part. And, people often ask me, well, how did you get to Vietnam? I actually volunteered twice. I was orphaned at age 16. Like you, God has given me a great life story.
Right.
Some of it is tragic. Some of it is sad. But, God redeems,
Time.
He makes treasure out of trash.
Yeah.
And I was orphaned at age 16. Dad left home due to alcohol. Mother dropped dead in our backyard in Paterson, New Jersey, due to alcohol addiction and a massive cerebral stroke. And I was homeless. And then my dad reappeared into my life. And then he said, you got to go into the military. So I volunteered to go to the U.S. Navy. And then a year later, I was converted to Jesus Christ while hitchhiking on the San Diego freeway. One of the Jesus freaks, one of the Jesus people out of Calvary Chapel, Costa Mesa. It was June 26, 1971. There we were, fellow hitchhikers. And he came over to me and he said, hey, I want to tell you about Jesus. I said, shut up, get out of my face. I don't want to hear that nonsense. And he said, no. He said, Jesus loves you and has a wonderful plan for your life. And so that night, a year into my military career as a U.S. Navy guy, and I trusted Jesus. I prayed and received him into my heart and life. And Kathy Barnett, I was transformed like Saul to Paul on the road to Damascus, and been following him these last 55 years. And 2 weeks after I was converted to Jesus, I volunteered to go to Vietnam. And all my military buddies were like, are you nuts? And I said, look, we're fighting a war over there. And I believe, here I am, a baby Christian, 2 weeks old in the Lord. And I said, I've got to go over and fight, and I've got to defend all the freedoms. And a year after that, in 1972, I was shot up off the coast of Vietnam. The North Vietnamese dropped a bomb on our ship, and myself and 6 other sailors, U.S. Navy guys, were wounded. And I even refused my Purple Heart. I went to my CO and I said, sir, Captain Tompkins, I really wasn't injured that bad. And he looked at me and he said, Petty Officer Devlin, I order you to receive the Purple Heart. So it wasn't like I could refuse it. So, and then continued another year in Vietnam. And I'm very grateful as I teach our kids and our grandkids, we need to love America, and I want to be a physical example of that. And, I'm a full-time pastor to the persecuted church, the global persecuted church around the world, and I'm now working in 16 countries over the last 14 years in Africa, Middle East, and Central Asia. And guess what? When I'm in the IDP refugee camps in Iraq, where people have been living for 10 years, ever since ISIS came in to northern Iraq and murdered and displaced Christians and Yazidis, everybody wants to come to America. When I go to Nigeria, can you take me to America? When I'm in Egypt and Sudan, when I'm in Afghanistan, Pakistan, Syria, Jordan, Turkey, Gaza, everybody, Kathy, wants to come to America, the land of the free and the home of the brave. And that's why we need to be very boastful about America, and we need to fly the flag, and we need to teach our children well that we love America, and we need to promote freedom, just as you were quoting from Reagan's address. So thank you, Kathy, for all you do. And let's continue to promote all the great principles that our nation is based upon. And people can see me all over social media, William P.B. Devlin. And I just invite people to call me to interact. My email address is octanefaith@yahoo.com. And let's get people on board so we can continue to go up against the gates of hell and all these democratic socialists that are wanting to drag down America. You know, I always say to these folks, look, you know, you came legally as a immigrant from another nation, but your nation is in great distress.
Yes.
Why do you not go back and try to repair what's going on in whatever X country, and instead of coming and trashing and running for office and then saying you're going to turn America upside down? How about let's repair some of the nations worldwide that need significant help, like the places that I go. Look at Nigeria. Already 4,000 Christians, our brothers and sisters in Jesus, have been murdered with machetes because ISIS, Boko Haram, and the Fulani militia say we don't want to waste our bullets on the infidels, meaning us, Christians. We're just going to hack you to death with machetes. They take little babies, hold them up by their feet, and then they cut them in half in front of their mother. And so this is happening every day in Nigeria. So, okay, great. Let's go back to Nigeria, as I do. I've been there 21 times in the last 4 years, providing humanitarian Christian aid and assistance. Let's go back and help repair those nations. America is doing great if we hold to the principles of what we believe in, and let's help repair other countries. So I invite people to come with me. I'll be in Cuba for 3 weeks, Kathy, next month. I'm bringing teams down there, and Cuba is in great need. We go down there to minister to the Christian people and to the Cuban people. So come to Cuba with Pastor Devlin. We invite you to come to Nigeria, come to Sudan, come to Afghanistan. So I always say I'll pay for a one-way flight. So we're ready to rock and roll
If people
for
want
Jesus
to,
in those areas.
if people want to support what you're doing, or if people want to contact you, where do they go?
Yeah, they can go to, just send me an email. I like that personal approach. And octanefaith@yahoo.com. That's octane as in gasoline, octanefaith@yahoo.com. Or they can text me. I'll give my number, 646-233-7279. I'm a 24/7. I'm like a 7-Eleven pastor.
Yes, you
Kathy.
are.
24/7.
You're
never
open.
shut down.
I love it.
So grateful for you. All right. God bless you, Kathy.
Thank
Thanks
you,
for having me
Pastor
on,
Bill
and we love you.
Devlin. Yes, decorated Vietnam vet with Purple Heart Award. He travels the world ministering to the persecuted church, working with the persecuted church as well. And I'm so very grateful for you, Pastor Devlin. Charlie, thank you so much, sir, for holding on. You're so kind.
Yeah, thank you for taking my call. Maybe you could help me out. You're a student of history, and I can't figure out these new communists. I mean, they're blowing the same horn that they hate Christianity and they hate white people and they hate our system. But I guess they're just going to steal like everybody else did when they get to the top and leave everybody with nothing. But I don't understand this anti-Semitic, anti-Israel stance, because communism was started by Marx and Engels, who were Jewish, and most of the chief followers and promoters of communism through the ages have been Jewish. Now, how come all of a sudden they're anti-Semitic? I don't understand it. If they're anti-Semitic, they're taking Hitler's point of view, right?
Well, I don't know about that.
I mean?
I don't know about that aspect of history when it comes to Israel or the Jews. But it is always so. It really does causes me to pause and to like double click. It was something that Pastor Devlin just said as well. You have these people who flee from their country, come to our country, and then they weasel their way into a situation of power, and all they want to do is talk about how horrible our country is, and that really rubs me raw.
Well, it's like you go in a supermarket, and I see all these women up here in Northeast Philly now, and there's a huge Muslim population. And half my whole neighborhood is Muslim or Hindu or something. I don't know. But you see these women, and a lot of them are nice-looking younger women with children, and they have one of these. I don't know what they're called, but they're like a dress that goes up around your head and all, a kebab or something. And I'm like, some of them even have a thing covering their face, and I feel like saying, "Man, what is this, Halloween or something? What is the story?"
Let me tell you something.
Don't you people leave your country to get away from that nonsense, and now you're bringing it here with you, and you're making your kids do it? I don't understand the thought behind that.
Yeah. You know what? When and let me tell you, people up here, you guys are used to seeing these women wear this full garb. I know the name of it, but it's escaping me right now, with just a slit of their eyes open. But let me tell you, for someone who come from Alabama by way of Texas, by way of Chicago, and then we move here to Philadelphia, and we're in Center City and just walking around with the children, and for the first time, I see this woman. I mean, it is hot as Hades out here when we moved out during the summer. I'm trying to wear as little as I possibly can and still be appropriate. And then here comes this woman in what looks like a black bed sheet and with just a slit of her eyes. And I'm like, and it was so startling. Like, it's just not natural. And certainly,
it's made out of wool or something.
Well, I mean, it's just odd, and it really grips you and gives you the pause. Like, wait a minute, what in the world? And I know someone's like, "Oh, xenophobic. That's not nice." Da 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 da. Listen, if I was over in Iran, it'd be really weird to see a woman walk around with booty shorts on, or as I grew up, Daisy Dukes on, right? And just a tank top. So as equally as odd and weird and off-putting that would be if I was in Iran right now. Likewise, here, to see someone wear this full garb, it is just, it's jihad. Thank you. Jihad, or hijab is what I was trying to think of. Thank you guys. Thank you, Mr. Physical Science. It's just so it's not normal, and especially in this heat. I mean, I think that was one of the. I was like, I can't even believe it. But thank you so much, Charlie, for staying on so long and for calling in.
You might be interested. My mother was from down in Arkansas. She grew up down there during the Depression. She was born into a sharecropper family. They had cotton and soybeans. So I grew up on cornbread. My mother ate cornbread every day of her life. She couldn't live without it. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Burqa is what I was thinking of. It covers the entire body and face with a mesh screen over the eyes. Burqa is what I was thinking. A face veil that covers the face except for the eyes. That's a niqab. I don't know. But yeah, I was thinking of a burqa. It's just odd. Anyway, this is Kathy Barnett sitting in for Don Stensland on the Don Stensland Show. I'll be right back.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Some of these problems are easily correctable. We could see significant improvement. Nothing is ever absolute. Nothing could ever be 100% yada yada. But man, we could have so many different better things if we just had that same mentality of, oh, we're having guests, company's coming over. Let's get it together and make it look like we have our house in order. When we know Philadelphia as a city does not have their house in order.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Liberty is more than freedom. Liberty is the freedom to act with a purpose and for the greater good. It's the freedom to petition, pray, and peacefully assemble. Discover the complete story of liberty in America at the National Liberty Museum. Visit the latest exhibit, The Forgotten Freedom, American Assembly at 250. To learn more, visit libertymuseum.org. That's libertymuseum.org. Experience liberty, tested, shaped, and lived.
Tasty cake and summer just go together. Whether you're packing for family vacations, getting ready for summer camp, heading to the pool, or simply stocking up for busy days at home, Tasty Cake has the treats everyone loves. The next time you're at the grocery store, be sure to grab the baked peach pie, packed with sweet summer flavor, and the lemon cupcakes, perfect for lunchboxes, camp snacks, road trips, and family get-togethers. Easy to grab, easy to share, and always a family favorite. Make Tasty Cake part of your summer. Tasty Cake. Accept no substitutes.
Shopping for fine jewelry should feel personal. At Cozy Jewelers, it's a curated experience. You meet directly with Paul, the designer and manufacturer, and create something completely custom. And here's what surprises people. Custom doesn't mean more expensive. It means better quality, better craftsmanship, and direct value. Step up to the fifth C. Color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy. Design your perfect piece at Cozy Jewelers.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
America, yes. God shed his grace upon this amazing country. Yes. With brotherhood. From sea to shiny sea. You are listening to Kathy Barnett. I am sitting in for the great Don Stensland on the Don Stensland Show. And we are in our last hour. So if you're going to call in and you want to jump in into the conversation, here's that number, 855-839-1210. 855-839-1210. I would love to hear your memory. If you want to share a story about your own arrival into this country or how you and your family are going to celebrate the 250th year of this amazing country. I would love to hear it. I would love to hear it if you think differently. Please give me a call, 855-839-1210. I want to give you guys an example of, because we've been talking all week. If you've noticed, I've been talking continuously about formation. I am obsessed with formation. How do we form the type of citizens who will preserve what we've inherited? I inherited a nation that allowed me to be able to keep my nose clean, follow some basic rules, and I could build a life for myself. That's the nation I inherited. And I'm looking now at a nation that that is not the case. Those principles that allowed me to be able to operate within this huge system is being dismantled all around us. And that warning, that encroaching control, which was the title of Ronald Reagan's speech in 1961, as he was giving a warning about of socialism. Socialism is all about control. And the three things really that's like the foundation of this country, it would be free market economy. Free market economics is what we call it. We also call it marketplace intelligence. We call it supply and demand. This is where the government does not have control, either partial control or just the ability to direct. It does not have control over production. It does not have control over distribution. It does not have control over pricing, but instead, for the most part, those things are determined by supply and demand, the people, right, with very little government intervention. What these Democrat Socialists of America are proposing is the heavy hand of the government coming in and intervening, putting its finger on the scale to help direct where they believe production, distribution, and pricing should go according to them, right? So in order to have a free society, in order to be able to pass down this nation for the next generation, free market economics must remain. We cannot, because the opposite of that is socialism, okay? The opposite of a free market is socialism. And as Reagan, most people aren't even reading. And yet it amazes me how these are like the loudest rattlers, right? Like it's like you throw a pebble into a can and they just rattle. They got so much to say and it's so ignorant. And for someone like myself who spent an exorbitant amount of time of studying and reading and learning, it is almost like, it's almost embarrassing. I almost get a cringe for them, because I can see just how shallow and ignorant this person is to have so many opinions based on nothing but a tweet or a meme or something they heard in a blurb somewhere. But in order for our nation to remain free, one, we must protect our free market economy. Yes, this free market economy is not perfect. You have a lot of nepotism. You have, you could just look at my race, right? Like how you had Donald Trump, you had Sean Hannity, you had all of these so-called, listen, being able to criticize what Donald Trump, the hand that he played in my race, it's not mutually exclusive. I can acknowledge what he did. He gave the okay for his, little simps to run out and start lying on me. He did that. He gave the okay. This is a strategy we're going for. I want the person I endorse to win. So I can see that and I can criticize that, because that is harmful, not just to my race, but it's harmful to the system of you and I being able to pick the person we want to pick to get into office and to represent us, versus these hand-picked empty vessels like a Dr. Oz, right? Okay, so we can criticize it and we can still support the president. These things are not mutually exclusive, okay? Only children think, one way, like only positives, right? A child thinks like that, and we're not children if you're listening to this. So we need free market in order to keep the country and preserve it. The other thing we need is property rights. We have to have the legitimacy of owning private property. That's a part of a free market economy. That is absolutely necessary for the foundation. So now let me give you an example, because remember, I don't have to write a law to take away your right to own property or to take away the legitimacy of private property. I don't have to write a law if you just hand it over to me. You got to remember that. So I'm going to give you an example here. We've all seen these teens takeovers. There's like thousands, and mostly black kids. I mean, what in the world? So embarrassing, right? But what I've seen are mostly black kids. I'm sure there's a Mexican or Hispanic or an Indian or a white kid thrown up in there. But we all see what we see. A bunch of black kids, about 1,000 sometimes, black kids just show up and show out. And this has happened, these takeovers, there's been at least 50 of these takeovers in at least 20 different cities since 2024. And as many as 1,000 teenagers in total, ranging between the ages of, I think one of the youngest was, a 2-year-old, but really from 12 to 20 years old. They just show up and take over. They jumping on people's cars. They're smashing windows. They're disrupting businesses, bashing in businesses, running in, snatch and grab. They're taking over parks, taking over beaches, taking over restaurants, just flipping things over, right? And now you have places like Detroit who are actually fining parents and trying to hold parents accountable for this. They're putting in curfews and things like that, depending upon ages. But what was interesting, and because again, I don't have to take away your legitimacy to having private property if you just sit around and allow me to do it, and you begin to normalize someone just walking in to your home, going to your refrigerator and taking out a slice of bread or an apple and then just walking right out, and you're just watching that, right? So if you begin to normalize that, then guess what? I didn't have to write a law in order to take away your right to privacy. You just handed it to me. Over time, it becomes precedent. This is what we do. This is now normal. And people are looking at you like you're the crazy one when you say, you cannot just walk into my home, go to my kitchen, and get you a cup of water. That's not how that works. It's called private property. Well, you have these children, 1,000 of them, just showing up, jumping on top of people's cars, stealing things, beating up people, the fights. Now people are getting shot. There was a 14-year-old boy who was shot at a takeover in Detroit. 2 sheriff deputies were hospitalized after trying to break up the gathering. Then you see it. We see all these kids pouncing on these police officers. God forbid somebody gets shot in the process. Right. The parents are accountable. When I was growing up, I remember this commercial that would come on. I think I was probably in high school at this moment. Do you guys remember when a commercial would come on and say, it's 10 o'clock p.m.? Do you know where your child is? Do you know where your child is? I remember that because there was a time when we believed in personal responsibility. And I'm grateful to see that there are cities now who are now holding parents accountable and bringing them in, fining them, and issuing warrants for their arrest if they don't show up for the hearing to be fined. But what was interesting was that I'm reading this Epic Time article on these teen takeovers, and here's one person. So this is I forget where this was located. See if I can find it. Detroit. Okay, so this was in Detroit. It was like hundreds of black kids just running around, acting crazy, smashing and grabbing. shooting. So this particular takeover escalated into physical altercations, then ultimately shooting. The shooter allegedly fired a handgun multiple times into a group of other teenagers, striking victims. One of the victims was struck in the chest. And then you have this guy who owns a cafe in the vicinity of where the shooting took place. She said, well, I had seen a crowd of teenagers downtown, but wasn't worried because of the heavy police presence that day. And then she goes on to say, well, I don't feel threatened. They're just young kids doing their thing. Is it annoying? Yeah, 100%. But they're just kids. And I highlighted it. Here's another one. Rodriguez, can't even talk right now, who witnessed this park takeover. He said the entire park had to be shut down. They didn't try to do anything to me, but there was a moment they surrounded my kiosk, but everything was okay. And I'm thinking to myself, wow, legislators don't have to write a law saying you no longer have the right to private property if you normalize people just walking in and taking your private property. I don't have to write a law as a politician to take away your right to private property if you, as a nation, begin to normalize people just walking up and destroying your private property and walking off, and you say, well, I don't feel threatened. They're just a bunch of kids doing their thing. Is it annoying? Yeah, it's a little annoying. I got to call the car insurance. Yeah. Or another, well, they didn't try to do anything to me, but people got shot. 2 police officers ended up in the hospital, but it wasn't me, see? So they're not bothering me. So it's probably okay, right? And these will be the same 2 people who will come out and say they're just kids and they didn't bother me and everything was okay. It didn't mean anything. The police just overreacted when they shot, or the homeowner who came out with their weapon saying, get off my car, and the kids turned and tried to accost the homeowner, and then the homeowner shot the kid. See, that was too much. We need to fine and imprison the homeowner. That's why I say all the time, I feel like I'm being set up. You understand what I'm saying, Andrew? I see you looking at me. Am I off base here?
No, not at all. I think the crazy thing is the more this kind of stuff happens, the more the media tells you when people who stand up and defend their property and defend their rights and everything, they're villainizing it. And we even saw it during, they call it the Summer of Love in 2020.
Yeah.
The couple that lived in St. Louis, Missouri, they defended their house because people were trying to get inside, and they used firearms to defend their house. And instead of being told that they were
within their right to protect their private property.
What did the media do? The media was like, they
it's too
shot
much.
people, they murdered people.
It's too much.
Yeah.
They were doing too much. They were intimidating.
Yeah.
Oh, this this big crowd of a bunch of young black kids were just, I think they were in a private gated community.
Yeah, they had a gated community.
Yeah, well, and this bunch of black kids, they tore down the gate. They're walking through the neighborhood. It's a big black crowd. Now, we've been seeing for months now these big black crowds just walking in and beating up people and destroying property. But, hey, now they're coming to your front gate.
Yeah.
And now this white couple, they went out to the lawn and they was like, you better not.
Yeah.
You better not step on my property.
And that's what we need. Not necessarily
but
people.
They were dragged across the nation, this white couple, for defending themselves. It was.
I mean, and that's the thing we need. Not necessarily people using their Second Amendment rights all the time. God forbid. You shouldn't have to be put in those kind of situations. But just the simple thought and the mindset of, I'm going to stand up for myself. I'm going to stand up for my family. I'm going to stand up for what's mine. And I feel like that's something that people are getting away from because the rights of other people, quote unquote,
the criminals,
are more important than your rights.
Right, I know, the scholars, right? Like this bunch of
it's not the same thing.
Of black kids. I mean, like, how many scholars do you think are in there? How many scholars do you think are in there? How many future neurosurgeons are in this 1,000 pack or 100 of black kids just roaming the street like wild animals, just going from place to place, breaking in. How many doctors or lawyers or neuroscience do you think are in that group? I'm thinking slim to none. Anyway, this is Kathy Barnett. The call-in number is 855-839-1210, 855-839-1210. I mean, y'all got to do better. I'm sick of this. We'll be right back.
PNC Private Bank knows that anything can happen on the gridiron, and being prepared goes a long way. It's not so different with your wealth. Having a dedicated local team of specialized advisors who take a calculated, disciplined approach to managing your wealth leads to a lot of wins. The PNC Private Bank team knows that just like in football, that kind of preparation is good for your financial game. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
This year, America celebrates 250 years, 2.5 centuries of courage, sacrifice, and family stories passed down from one generation to the next. Hi, I'm Nick Mako.
And I'm Adam Baselogger, founders of Legacy Box. Your family's piece of the American story is sitting in an attic or closet right now, trapped on aging VHS tapes, camcorder tapes, film reels, and fading photos.
Those boxes hold moments you can never recreate. Your wedding day, your children's voices when they were little, grandparents coming back to life on screen.
Over 2 million families have trusted Legacy Box. And we've just partnered with the USO to digitize fragile handwritten letters from World War II, helping preserve American history for future generations.
As America turns 250, remember that your family is a part of the American story. Preserving those voices, faces, and moments is a part of your responsibility to the next generation. Don't let them disappear on your watch.
Visit legacybox.com/radio for our amazing America 250 sale. That's legacybox.com/radio to save.
Weather sponsored by D&K Appliances. Sponsored by D&K Appliances, family owned and operated, offering industry-leading brands like Bosch, GE Profile, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, Sub-Zero, and more. They're local experts guiding you through sales, delivery, installation, and service. Visit D&K Appliances at Newtown Square in Flourtown or dkappliances.com.
Hey, Royers Ford, remember to tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT.
I love that. That was a 10-year-old. Oh, so precious, right? That's formation. That's formation. That is us building the type of culture that we want. I never roamed around the streets of my neighborhood like a wild cat destroying things when I was a child. That's unacceptable. It's unacceptable, period. And I intend to defend myself and my family. And that is why I say I feel like I'm being set up. I will not be a victim. And I will not let a law or people's expectations victimize me. But in order to not be a victim in the culture in which we're living in, you are setting yourself up. That's exactly how I feel. And you can look at Europe right now. We see videos all the time of people, good people like you, who are just sitting around like a frog in boiling water. And now they're trying to jump out, and their own police is turning on them. You write a meme. Someone's daughter was raped, and he wrote something about it, and the police showed up because he wrote about it on social media. The police showed up and took him. Yes, this is the UK. They are the frog. The water is boiling. And I don't know if I think the UK could be lost. I don't know. I'm not Jesus. I don't have a crystal ball. I can't tell you. But yeah, they've allowed these people, these Democrat socialists, the comparables to what we're dealing with, to get themselves situated into high places. And these people do not represent the people. They represent their own agenda. And that is the world. This is now. Don't be the frog. Don't be the frog. And then once the heat gets turned up, because we're not where UK is right now, but we are the frog. The stove, the eye on the stove, the gas has been turned, and there is fire now under the water. These people, just look at this year alone. They are sweeping these elections, a blowout, and they are getting themselves into positions of power. That is real. That's not making it up. That's not hyperbole. That is real. Now, you can be the frog, and then once the water gets too hot, like the people in UK, the water's hot now. They're trying to jump out. But they can't jump out. They're getting slapped back down into the pot of hot water. They sat around, twiddling their thumbs, taking their vacations. Whatever. Politics is evil. My vote doesn't count. And now they're trying to say something. Now they're trying to be vocal. But these people have become entrenched in the system. And the system is always going to protect the system. What, you about to say something? Okay. Listen, we're going to go ahead and take a break. The call-in number, maybe I can squeeze in one call, 855-839-1210, 855-839-1210.
A plane has crashed into one of the towers of the World Trade Center.
The events of September 11th changed our nation forever. As we approach the 25th anniversary, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT is looking to hear directly from those who experienced that day firsthand. Were you a first responder who answered the call on September 11th? Were you in New York City, Washington, or near Shanksville? Share your story as part of our special 25th anniversary broadcast, 9/11 Through the Eyes of, a collection of personal memories, reflections, and experiences from those whose lives were forever changed. If you have a first-hand account and would like to be considered for an interview, visit 1210WPHT.com. Let's remember, honor, and preserve them for future generations. Go to 1210WPHT.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money.
taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Your freedom to relax starts at Springdance Hot Tubs. Now through July 12th, save up to $5,000 on new hot tubs. Plus, buy any 3 hot tub products and get the 4th for just $1. Visit springdancehottubs.com. Offers end July 12th.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
No! USA is up 2-0. That is the most dangerous lead in soccer.
Relax, Mike.
See that, Dan? My left eye is twitching. That's my warning eye. It'll be 2-2 by stoppage time. It's never wrong.
With early payout from Bet365, I got paid the second they went up 2 goals. So to me, it's now the safest lead.
Early payout from Bet365, huh? Now my right eye is twitching, Dan.
Bet365. Winning is everything. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T's and C's apply. In-app only.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Any appliance retailer can say they offer the lowest prices and claim they deliver the best customer experience. But how do they hold themselves accountable? At National Appliance Warehouse, we use Price Assure to guarantee we're honoring our lowest price promise. We'll expertly help you navigate over 100 brands on display to ensure you select the perfect appliances, treating you like friends or family throughout. And within 24 hours of our skilled professionals delivering and installing your appliances, a National Appliance Warehouse associate will call to make sure you're happy. If your other appliance retailer didn't do that, it might be time to switch to National Appliance Warehouse.
The 4th of July mega sale is underway at National Appliance Warehouse. Save 41% on select GE appliances. Browse an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Free speech lives here with Don Stensland, 10 till noon on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Yay to that little 3-year-old man. I have G on the line. Hey, G. I don't hear her. Hey, G. Hey, G.
Listen to that little 3-year-old Drake, and the 10-year-old was amazing.
Yeah.
I'm a little choked up right now. But
It is.
you need to package this show. This is the best American commercial that anyone has ever made.
Thank you, G. Thank you.
Anyway, let me try to get my soul straight here. You've been amazing.
Thank you.
It's just, I just love all the wonderful things that you've had on today and all the songs. It's just been such inspiring.
It is. We have a lot to be thankful for in this country. And sometimes we have to be reminded. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
No. You've been amazing, and like I said, this is the best show I've ever heard on this station.
Oh wow, that's really high praise. Thank you so very much, G.
And I
appreciate
listen
it.
all the time.
Mhm.
And this is the first time it made me cry, but they're happy tears.
Good. Yeah. Well, we have a lot
God
to be
bless
grateful
you.
for. God bless you. Thank you so much for calling. Wow, what a blessing. What a way to end the show. Guys, thank you so very much for allowing me to be able to come and spend these 2 hours with you this week. I'm so grateful to Dawn. I'm grateful to Greg and the team. Grateful for Andrew and for Dan for making it look easier than it actually is. I appreciate it. You guys have been so awesome. Listen, be loud about your love for this country. This is an amazing country. I am so grateful to be an American. I'm so grateful. I love our history. I mean, the good, the bad, the ugly. It all makes us who we are. The good, the bad, the ugly about me, it has made me who I am. There are aspects of my story I never want to have to repeat in life again. And yet, I would not be who I am today had I not gone through those things. And we have allowed people to manipulate and weaponize certain aspects of our story to try to and portray it as if this is who we are today. It's like someone combing through your life, finding a moment when you were not at your best, and then bringing it forward and then saying, this is who you are today. Now, you may be a completely different person. You may have really put in the work to be a completely different person, but they go back into your history 20, 30, 40 years, bring your worst moment to light and say, this is who you are today. What will you do? Say yes? Or will you defend your character? Well, that's the stance and position we must take today when someone tries to tell us who we are as a nation, especially someone who has slithered from under a rock and found refuge in our country. Our country. Yes. Now, according to Democrat socialists, it may not always be our country, but it is ours for today. So enjoy your family, love on your family, and don't forget to think. Blessings.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. In a 927-page financial disclosure form, President Trump reported earning at least $1.4 billion in his first year back in office just from crypto and his meme coin-related businesses. He made $26 million from foreign real estate deals and $80 million from settlements tied to lawsuits against ABC, CBS, Meta, YouTube, and others. Critics say Trump is profiting from the presidency. On Wall Street, stocks are now higher after U.S. manufacturing in June was up for a 6th month in a row. Private sector hiring in June was solid. And the head of the Fed, Kevin Warsh, says inflation risks have come down, and he's determined to bring inflation to just 2%. Right now, the Dow is up 0.4%, the NASDAQ slightly higher, the S&P up 0.25%. And Target ending its store-within-a-store partnership with the Ulta Beauty chain this fall, replacing them with Target Beauty Studios. This report is sponsored by Vanguard Investor Choice, a proxy voting program for eligible Vanguard index funds. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
Hit the road this season to watch the Birds. Book your road trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are available now for Nashville, Arizona, Chicago, and London. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly. The official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
I believe in you. Just 4 simple words, but to a child in need, they mean the world. I believe in you means you have potential. You are special. You matter. When you become a child sponsor with Save the Children, you're saying, I believe in you. You are smart. You're capable. You will overcome obstacles that most can't imagine. Your sponsorship says to a child, I believe that you deserve a successful start to life and a solid foundation to build upon. I believe you're worthy of good nutrition, quality healthcare, and the opportunity that education unlocks. Becoming a Save the Children sponsor sends a powerful message of support. It says, I am here for you, to lift you up, to cheer you on, and to celebrate your success. Because when you believe in a child, you empower them to believe in themselves. I believe in you. Just 4 simple words that can bring hope, that can change a life. Visit sponsor.savethechildren.org today and tell a child in need, I believe in you.
Retirement can be scary, but only if you're not prepared. That's why AARP created thisispretirement.org. Because unless you've already retired, you're in pretirement, and you still have time to plan. Learn about retirement savings options, potential tax breaks, and how you can build savings over time. Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan and feel the retirement fear disappear. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Hear that? That's the sound of your life. Perfectly imperfect. Beating in rhythm to the world you've created. But every time you drive after drinking, the music gets drowned out. Your life sounds pretty great. Don't let a buzz ruin it. Buzz driving is drunk driving. Don't drive buzzed. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
All right, it is Dom time. What else is new? More blue cities cancel. Philadelphia cancels their parade because the July 4th parade is not the big event. The only event they care about is the big party tomorrow night, which has nothing to do with July 4th. And that's exactly the way they want it. Hey, everyone, welcome into the Dom Giordano Show, live and local. A lot of great people stopping by today. We'll talk with the guy who is the master of ceremonies extraordinaire. Usually you see him on Dancing with the Stars. But the big Washington event tonight, which is so much better than Philadelphia. Again, the city doesn't understand July 4th or care to understand it, even though it sits on top of history. Its history is different. In a moment, I'll play you Chris Rapp, the pride of Mount Airy, great Mount Airy out there. He's the radical Israel hater, Hassan Piker, so anti-Semite too, I guess, who they allowed this week to hold a forum, a rally, if you will, in Independence Hall to tell us this July 4th, America's not exceptional. What we have to do is to pay up reparations. And I hope that reparations will become a theme of these Democrats. I hope that will be big time. All right, 855-839-1210 is how you get on. We got a lot of fun stuff, too. Of course, the side question, we come up with the winner of the week. We'll have that for you later in the show today. And we'll have a great prize for that, as we do usually the whole week. And today we'll be talking about your favorite American moment. Kind of saw Bill Hammer doing this. It might be a bit offbeat. It might be substantial. That American moment that happened, you probably can guess mine. You should if you listen every day by now. Also, a friend of the show, Dr. Nick. No, not from The Simpsons. Former Sixers chief doctor, had a lot to say about what could have happened with Caitlin Clark when she had that attack on her throat. Life-threatening, he wrote a column about this. He'll be here, and we think Dr. Victoria Coates, back from Israel, might join us. So action-packed, jam-packed, you want to get on board. But first, just saw this, learned it this morning, and it seems that the Taylor Swift has struck again. And this big lug of a husband, the tight end, apparently might not have so much say about things. So apparently all the Kansas City Chiefs, according to the report, have been invited to the big wedding or pseudo wedding, whichever it is. There's only one guy that was not invited. Either one of you guys, Sean or Kirk, have any idea which Kansas City Chief? Now, there's a guy in jail. I think he was invited. There are rapists, alleged rapists, wife beaters galore. I'm sure the former wide receiver who was caught up in all kinds of things, and I'm not where he plays right now, played in Miami, he would be invited. Who was not invited?
I was going to say Mahomes, but that's probably wrong.
No. Even these two idiots are not inviting Taylor Swift, not coming back to Kansas City. How about you, Sean?
I don't know. That's a really good question. I mean, I was going to see something funny like A.J. Brown, but
oh, no.
That was my next question.
Okay.
I was going to see that.
Apparently, it's Harrison Butker, the field goal kicker.
Oh,
who?
I did not know that.
Okay.
Why would Harrison Butker, the field goal kicker, not be invited? Well, he didn't kick so well last year. I'd have to look at the actual stats and all that stuff. But he's not invited. Easy theory, because Taylor Swift doesn't like his stance on women. Now, I didn't agree with him. You may remember that. Was it 3 years ago, 4 years ago? The mind wanders. Remember the stuff he said about, I think it was to a group of college women at some Norbertine / Wisconsin Norbertines. We all remember, vaguely at least, right? Where he talked about their life's work, wasn't really to get a degree, but to find a husband. I mean, stuff that is not something I want to debate and defend, but certainly not to the level of criminality, to the level of disrespecting women, like beating your wife or girlfriend, right? But Harrison Butker, not invited. The guy in jail and others that have had run-ins. The report I'm seeing says everybody else is invited. The one not invited is a guy who is a good family man. Up until last year was a phenomenal teammate, according to Pat Mahomes. So doesn't Travis Kelce go, yo, I know you don't want to invite him, okay? Well, what's the big deal? We're not endorsing what he says, Miss Wonder Woman here, Taylor Swift. So I wonder how many songs we have in a Swift file out there that Taylor Swift has done about inclusivity and diversity and all those things. But a diverse opinion, one that at best is provocative, and I think was not anywhere accurate by Harrison Butker about marriage and a bunch of other things. I didn't even go back and pull it. It's so ridiculous. Does that mean he doesn't get invited to the wedding? Does that mean he gets singled out among all these teammates with all their baggage? And you know what it brings up? It brings up exactly what we see in the same way with the NFL. That if you have an opinion like Butker or some of these others, we've had recent cases again, you can be pushed out. Then we go, well, yeah, but what about the wife beater? Well, he runs a 40 and 4.3, so maybe he gets a few more years of beating his wife. We see this at every level of pro sports. Taylor Swift is sickening. She always has been sickening, and she always will be sickening. So, and again, you would think team unity. According to Pat Mahomes, he doesn't agree with the guy either, but the guy is a great teammate. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. Pope Leo has accepted his award for the Liberty Medal. Now, the question I have, and I'm looking for some of the sound of this. I haven't seen it yet on his speech. I don't know if he wandered into the immigration lane again or not. But the Liberty Medal, tell me in what universe would anything this man stands for or talks about, in reality, not in a bubble, not in some holy world bubble that he's made up, What liberty would be produced by people from, I don't know, say the Middle East, if Pope Leo had his way? In other words, where's the force of his idea that's so strong that people would be liberated? And the answer is his ideas are not. He's ridiculous, and they are ridiculous. A world following Pope Leo would be a world with Iran with a nuclear weapon. It would be a world in which the United States would be diminished. It would be a world with a lot less liberty, to put it mildly. And his latest project, I don't think he got into it today, was to come up with a new just war doctrine. He thinks Vance and Rubio, Catholics, and Trump are using the just war doctrine as an excuse, meaning they're trying to get away with something. He doesn't want any wars. Well, the answer is Trump was elected to stop these forever wars. But that doesn't mean Iran's going to get a nuclear weapon. And if that's what it takes, that's what it takes. War is an evil, horrible thing. But would the Pope tell us in where I'd love to, genuinely, if I had a conversation with the Pope calmly, I'd like to debate him on Hiroshima. I'd like to burst his bubble. It's fine for him to stay in his religious lane bubble. But when he intrudes and has power, and the reason he didn't come here and accept it is because of Trump, and he's not going to come here during Trump's tenure, I would bet, even though he's Villanova, Chicago, and all that stuff. And the Liberty Medal crowd, they are fraudulent beyond belief. Every person they give it to is either progressive or somebody who is roped into helping with a progressive idea. And this guy is more dangerous than Pope Francis. He's not addled. He's not older. And he wants to come after Trump big time. That's what this just war thing is about. Okay, side topic today. What we're looking for on the side on this day before the 250th. And that would mean something uniquely American, something that is American to you. So I'll give you a couple of mine. We'll ask Kirk and Sean. To me, I always think of the kiss. I think of the kiss that represents in Times Square the relief, the jubilation, all mixed into one, a beating, Nazism, and the empire, as Bill O'Reilly calls it, of the rising sun. Taking on these two terror. But I guess that wasn't a just war, so maybe they shouldn't have been celebrating. Along those lines, raising the flag on Iwo Jima, one of the bloodiest, most unbelievable, costly battles fought during the whole war. Raising that flag, I know some tried to deconstruct it, but raising that flag certainly is a huge moment, was a huge moment in America. And then I remember being called in. I was on 9 to noon then. It was a Sunday night, called in to do special coverage. I guess we started around 1:45 or something, of taking out bin Laden. Didn't bother me that it was Obama and Biden and Hillary sitting in there that did it. I was glad we finally took out Obama. And we did a textbook in the manner of getting him out of there, burying him at sea, the whole thing. So, Kirk, how about you? An American moment.
I wouldn't say American moment, but as far as unique to America, I think free speech is on top of my list.
Okay. Yeah, America may be second to none in the world,
Mhm.
without a doubt.
Yep.
That is a brand. How about you, Kirk?
Sean.
So mine is actually going to be the American eagle, the bald eagle.
Okay.
Represents the proud national bird and the symbol of the United States since the 1782. So I just always think of, when I look at that bird, I just think of America, the bald
All right,
eagle.
That's a good
great
one.
That's a very good one to start. So it could be a fun one. It could be outside the box, of course. A change up in any way that you want. You can hit us with that. 855-839-1210. Hit us on the side question. Get your name into the hat. We'll have a winner today. We all have Dom's Money Melody. As I said, we got a lot of people stopping by. to share the prelude to the holiday with us, to Independence Day. 855-839-1210. You can get on board right now. Hit us with that. Jim Kelly, a man of 1,000 voices, might be stopping in too. We'll be ready for that. 855-839-1210.
Feel the power of the Acura Integra. You control how you move with its integrated dynamic system. Take the wheel of the ADX with available premium Bang & Olufsen sound. Experience the power of the MDX together with space for 7 passengers. But why keep talking? Experience performance that speaks for itself. Acura.
Visit Piazza Acura of Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester for a test drive today.
Hurry into the Acura Summer of Performance event happening now.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this ad for your morning commute to wake you up, which could help your driving. Science says that stimulating the brain increases alertness. So here's a pop quiz. How many months have 28 days? What gets wetter as it dries? What has keys but can't open locks? If you don't want to hear the answers, turn off this Liberty Mutual ad now. 12 months, a towel, piano. Enjoy being fully alert.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
David was in big trouble with the IRS.
At first, I didn't owe that much, but after this year, it was out of control.
Then David called Get a Tax Lawyer.
Right away, they were like, oh yeah, looks like you're qualified to save.
Get a Tax Lawyer went to work.
Should have called way sooner.
Get a Tax Lawyer has helped thousands like David fight the IRS and get a fresh start.
Call 800-745-3070. That's 800-745-3070.
The summer heat means it's that time of year to crank up the AC again. To keep your home cooling more efficiently and help save you on high energy bills, better go Guida and finally replace your old drafty, inefficient windows and doors at Guida Door and Window. Right now, Guida is offering their best discounts of the year with their big 40% off summer sales event on all expertly installed windows and doors. You'll receive 40% off each window you buy. That's right, 40% off all high-performance, energy-efficient triple-pane windows. And you'll receive 40% off any door, including insulated entry doors, patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, get your project started today with no money down and pay it off interest-free for up to 18 full months. All prior sales excluded. Minimum purchase required. Don't let these big discounts pass you by. Go Guida today to take advantage of these limited time savings by calling to schedule a free in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, G-U-I-D-A.com.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flowertown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance Sales Associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flowertown showrooms, or visit dkappliances.com.
Weather sponsored by H&K Group Incorporated.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet?
Not yet.
Do it today.
Okay.
At 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
All right, welcome in, everyone. What a jam-packed and a surprise, at least according to my show sheet here. You never know who might pop up on a big holiday. I've spoken with him before a couple times on national shows. Andrew Giuliani is very involved in all things going on around July 4th, et cetera. But particularly, we were told by friend Jody, I think, was involved in this, the development of FIFA, the World Cup, things related to that. But Andrew Giuliani with us here on Talk Radio 1210. Andrew, welcome in. Thanks very much for joining us today.
Dom, I appreciate it. It's going to be a sleepy day for you guys tomorrow in Philadelphia, right? Nothing going on, nothing to celebrate. Is that right, or am I getting my facts wrong?
Yeah, no, but, I wouldn't exactly say Philadelphia's doing it right. I kind of think New York and Washington, Andrew, Washington's really doing it right. We had them on this week. Some of the stuff they have is tremendous. So what's your role with the World Cup?
So I run the White House task force for the World Cup. So everything that you guys have seen at the Philly Stadium, what you guys know is Lincoln Financial Field, the whole federal response to it, everything from administering 3 grants worth over $1.3 billion to state and locals, to the state of Pennsylvania, to the city of Philadelphia, whether it's on counter UAS, counter drones, on transportation. And by the way, Philly's done a fantastic job from the transportation perspective for this World Cup. And a lot of that is because of the underwriting of the federal government for this grant. But also in looking at the safety and security of this, right? There have been no major security incidents at any of our 11 sites or fan festivals. Obviously, the Fan Fest by Lemon Hill Park. I always like to think of it as behind the Rocky steps there, with the 50th birthday of Rocky Balboa, or I should say the Rocky movies, being tomorrow. It's a tremendous time, obviously, for the United States of America. But one of the things that I'll do tomorrow when I'm in the city is just take a minute in Independence Hall to make sure we think about exactly what our founding fathers must have been thinking on that day 250 years ago as they signed that incredible document, our Declaration of Independence.
Yeah, that's exactly what it's like. Now, in Philadelphia, except for a spasm with the parking was $150 one day, Andrew, has been pretty good about this. Jersey just didn't get the memo of how to accomplish this, I think, because, as you said, the federal government was really helping out on this. How did it go as far as, the train fare and the events themselves? Has that been ironed out?
Well, at least from the federal perspective, it's been seamless right now. It doesn't mean that there aren't some, snags that are going on. And when you're dealing, obviously, between, let's say, the, federal government and state and local government, you've got different opinions, obviously, that you're working through. I think the good thing is, and I'll give credit here to the CEO of the Philadelphia 2026 FIFA host committee, Meg Kane, who's been a great leader in the space here. But the focus has been making sure that this World Cup is just the greatest sporting event that the country's been able to throw on. And I think if you look at this, it really, really has been amazing. We're seeing the world's love affair with the United States of America. To Dom, what I'd say is, I think some people have been told lies about the United States, that the United States might not be exceptional, that our best days are behind it. I think this World Cup shows that this really is the golden age of America, and the world is seeing it.
I couldn't agree more. The memo didn't get to the mayor of New York. You're still in New York, or so you're Mandami today holds a press conference, Andrew, and goes through just a litany of attacks on America as his God knows what he's going to do on July 4th.
Well, hey, look, there was a mayor named Giuliani who I think had it right up in New York there. I'm a little biased, as you could imagine. But it's one of those things where I think it just shows you how exceptional President Trump's leadership has been here. I mean, for him to be able to take an event like this and work through some of the politics. Think about the politics of Mamdani or of Newsom in California, or in your city in Philadelphia, right? You're obviously going across the political aisle here to put on an event like this, and that's the incredible leadership here. As we look beyond the World Cup and kind of how we're able to work through this, I think it's just one of those things that we're going to have to continue to push exactly what is great and what is exceptional about America. The world is seeing that now. You're seeing it actually, Tom, more than anything, in these social media videos of the Scots drinking Boston Dry, of the Netherlands and where they're taking their orange bus to, of the Japanese, the beautiful respect they have for the stadium, of the Ghanis singing Country Road, John Denver. It's been unbelievable to see that and to see the freedoms that the United States of America offers to the rest of the world. I certainly hope that our friends across the aisle start to see that as well.
Well, sadly, it seems like it ratchets up when you have that evidence. They're ratcheting the other way. By the way, we talked a couple times, but never golf. Are you still a +1 or some crazy number like that? I'm sure with all the duties, you don't get as much practice as you'd like.
Yeah, I've played 2 rounds of golf this year, so my game is rusty right now. I'd be easy money for whoever wants to take me on the course
well,
right now.
You know what? If you ever have an opportunity here in Philadelphia, we know the courses. We'd love to play, but you're too good.
Well, you guys, I didn't. With the World Cup coming up, I didn't get to watch as much of the PGA Championship as I would have liked, but I did catch probably the last 4 or 5 holes. And I got to tell you, it showed off so well. Is it Aronimink, right?
Aronimink, yeah, Aronimink came through beautifully.
It showed off so well. I thought it was an exciting championship there. Talk about on the 50th anniversary of Rocky, an underdog story with Aaron Rye coming out and winning that out of nowhere. Really, really showed off. And we know that the Philly area, the Gap area, has some incredible golf and incredible golf courses. So I look forward to swinging the sticks again once this World Cup wraps up.
Absolutely. What would be your role after that, Andrew? What will you be in charge of?
Well, if you talk to my wife, she says do the laundry. That'll be my role. So,
well, I get put out the trash. You talk for 3 days, go put out the trash. That's it.
There you go. It sounds like we would get along here, Dom.
Exactly.
I think more than anything, it's just like you would with an athlete, right? You've got to run through the tape of this major event. We still have 16 days left. To put that in comparison, 16 days is the length of an Olympics, and there are still 16 days left of this World Cup. So we really need to make sure that the focus is still there. It's been great. 85 of the 104 matches have gone off seamlessly. It's been really, really good. We need to make sure these last 2.5 weeks are just as good. If we do that, then I think we can all look in the mirror and be very proud of the work that was put in.
Great to have you on. Love to meet you in person sometime. Andrew, thank you. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Tom. Looking forward to it.
All right, Andrew Giuliani here on Talk Radio 1210. There must be a secret code here in my show sheet. Buried in there. Ovaltine! Thank you, Ralphie. By the way, speaking of Madonna, the New York police are working 12-hour shifts in, quote, the extreme heat going on, but they won't be paid until after July 4th. There's something he's doing to manipulate the budget. My goodness. This little rat running New York, it's amazing. By the way, Mayor Sherelle Parker got some credit. Federal judge has said, did you really think you were going to be able to tell ICE in Philadelphia to take off their mask? That's not happening. Federal power on that's federalism, not going to happen. And he praised Sherelle Parker for not signing the bill around that situation. That she said, yeah, we can't be doing this. This doesn't fly. I'm not signing it. So a little note on that around July 4th. Now, we were talking with Andrew Giuliani about all these wonderful things people are saying, but not so much on the other side. So here, this will be cut 6A, Sean. This is Chris Rabb, who will be the new congressman from Mount Airy, Chestnut Hill, places like that, but particularly Mount Airy. What an all-American town. Here's Rabb. They let him set up at Independence Hall in the last couple days. Listen to his talk about what he thinks about when he's thinking about July 4th and what's coming up. And I have 2 cuts, and the second one leads to reparations, in which he says that's going to be one of his prime missions. I hope every one of these socialists and their gang talks a lot about reparations. It's a loser. It has been a political loser. It will be a political loser. But in places like Mount Airy, it's a political winner. So they may continue to do that. Here's Chris Rabb giving us the true story of America on July 4th.
When we talk about the eve of the celebration of the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence, I think in very personal terms about my ancestors who did not benefit from these screeds that were very lofty, but were notoriously catering to a performative aspect of collective genius that purposely erased indigenous and black peoples. And one of those people was Barbara Williams, my great grandmother, who was owned by the grandson of Philip Livingston, one of the signers of the Declaration of Independence. So I descend from one of those enslavers who signed this document that did not create a new nation. It facilitated the creation of a new nation many years later through the ratification of the U.S. Constitution, but that's not what the Declaration of Independence did. That's not what it did. It created distance from an empire to help very privileged people continue that privilege and ultimately institutionalize that through the U.S. Constitution many years later. But it certainly did not provide independence to indigenous and black peoples. And we cannot talk about anything today without acknowledging that this is a nation born on stolen land and stolen labor.
Now, what's the remedy, oh great Chris Rabb from Mount Airy and Hassan Piker, cut 6B.
And as much as we center or formalize Juneteenth, as much as we talk about all of these other holidays and so forth, unless we center reparations as part of our way forward, it is an incomplete conversation. Because reparations is not something that repairs black people, it repairs society itself. And that benefits everyone. Everyone. Needless to say, I will be one of the few unapologetic reparationists going to Congress.
All right, let's hope there's more, Chris. You're invited on the show. You must be around here causing trouble on pre-July 4th. The studio's air-conditioned. Stop in someday. All right, phone lines, 855-839-1210. Side question. Give us that American moment. Get your name into the hat. You know, it's a pre-holiday thing here, so might not be a huge field today. And then you have a chance to win the big prize at the end of the week as usual. 855-839-1210, AT&T, and Verizon Wireless. All that you have to do is just push pound 1210. All right, a big poll out today. Who is the most popular of the founding fathers? He wouldn't be my choice. But big national poll. I think the favorability rate, plus minus, is plus 68. And who is the least favorable? I mean, it's like a dunk to think who the least favorable would be. I will tell you this, though. There's one in the top three that I'm very surprised, given how the media usually treats him, and he is a very conflicting figure. I think one of the most underrated is Thomas Paine, because I just saw something again yesterday, how potent common sense was, what he wrote. It really triggered the revolution, really said, that's it. This is all out. All right, so 855-839-1210, AT&T, and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is just push pound 1210.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
You don't need another opinion, just the facts.
What caused that crash on the Schuylkill? Will it rain before the kids' game? What happened at the school board meeting last night?
At KYW News Radio, we don't take sides. We take notes, delivering the information you need to make the best decisions for your family.
The news you need whenever you need it.
Depend on KYW News Radio, Philadelphia's most trusted news leader for more than 60 years.
Start your new career with H&K Group Incorporated. H&K Group wants to offer you the opportunity to be part of the industry leader. 80 locations across Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware. Visit hkgroup.com and apply today. H&K is an equal opportunity employer.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Now back to the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. This is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time. Happy Independence Day. 855-839-1210, AT&T, and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is push pound 1210. Hit us with that all-time in the history, 250 years, American moment to you. That's all that we're looking for. There are a million. By the way, I mentioned CNN, Harry Enton's really good in the morning. Big new poll out. Who has the highest net favorability rating among the founding fathers? I'm not that much of a fan, but a bit overrated. Ben Franklin, plus 75. Second place, the real winner should have been George Washington, plus 68. And Tommy Jefferson, wow, given how the media is mostly on the attack, has a plus 60. Who has the worst? I wouldn't call him a founding father per se, but the worst net favorability. And he has a net, how is this? He has a net 30, he's only 38 points underwater. That would be Benedict Arnold. You would think Benedict Arnold would be 100% underwater, if that's whatever the most underwater you could be. He'd be in the deep blue sea. No, only 38 points underwater. Who said, yeah, I kind of favor what what Benedict Arnold was up to. He gets a bad rap. Too much on Benedict Arnold. How about Nathaniel Hale? Regretting only having one life to give for the country. Okay. Joining us, sometimes on the holidays, pre-holidays, whatever this is like this, Jim Kelly stops by, and with Jim Kelly, just like with various other people that we've had on, Joe Conklin comes to mind. Jim Kelly brings with him some friends. So, Jim, happy Independence Day.
Happy Independence Day, Dom.
So I'm sure some of these friends, you do a lot of gigs. You're very much people that want a great DJ, commentator. Dom Giordano fan club president for like 35 years, at least. Who are some of the people that might be stopping by with you on these July 4th gigs?
Well, you know what? Years ago, when I ran things here in Philadelphia, we had a great 4th of July. And now it's just gone totally to pot. And I don't know why it is. It's a completely dumb, you-know-what idea. And I think it's going to result in a lot of failure.
Well, thank you, Mayor Nutter. Very good. We haven't heard Mayor Nutter in quite a while. I'm sure today the king of all media must be working, right, Robin?
No. I'm not working at all. As a matter of fact, I started my vacation about a week ago, Robin, and they're stealing that from me, by the way. They stole that from me, by the way.
Yeah, that Dom Giordano steals everything from Howard.
That's right.
And Mark Levin has been tremendously in the news.
That's right. You know what the problem is here, Dom? You know, I'm part of this whole entire thing. And Philadelphia, they get what they deserve. That's right, I said it. You're going to have this. You're going to have this whole fiasco, and it's all going to come crashing down. Yeah, that's what I hope happens. Who cares about Philadelphia?
Now, I'm sure that I saw him last night, and I was shocked that he'd be on a pre-holiday. But even though it's only a pre-holiday, I'm sure Sean Hannity's working today.
You know what? I wouldn't count on that, Dom. I mean, if you're listening to the Hannity show.
Busy telephones. Newt Gingrich coming up.
You're probably going to hear this today. This is the best of the Sean Hannity show. And thank you, Scott Shannon. Hello. We're going to be talking about this with Greg Jarrett on the program. Ann Coulter's going to join us. Dick Morris on the show today.
Didn't you know Dick was still out there? Wow.
He's out there. He's going to join us. Hannity, Fox News Channel. Don't forget to set your DVR.
I won't be there on the Fox News Channel either, but set it for whoever's there. By the way, no July 4th, though. This is the time slot handed over, the heirloom, the Tiffany, noon to 3 of the great Rush Limbaugh.
That's right, my friends. I hope everybody is having a good 4th of July. I am up here, by the way. I am just laughing at everybody at the total chaos that is going to happen in Philadelphia, by the way, my friends. Don't forget to buy my book, I'm Right, You're Wrong. Deal with it. Dom Giordano has done a masterful job of taking over for me. It's unbelievable.
I haven't heard the Dom Giordano impression, I think, has been put to bed, or is that so?
Oh,
please do it.
I would never put the Dom Giordano impression
there we go. Yeah, good.
You know, because Dom is like everywhere.
Yeah.
He's on this show, he's on that show. I'm just waiting for him to pop up on WOGL one day going, hey, everybody, welcome in. Dom Giordano here, WOGL. Good to be here. 30 minutes commercial free, pinch hitting for Angela Mason today. We got a great show for you. And he will do it, by the way. One of the great things about Dom is Black Friday, forget about the sales. Forget about the day after Thanksgiving. It's the Domathon on the radio.
Domathon.
You can't turn on a radio station without hearing Dom.
Well, that's the way it should be. It's a great American holiday.
There you go.
Is there anybody else? Boy, there's been a crowd at July 4th. Anybody else that might have slipped over the years that I've forgotten?
I don't believe so, Dom. I think that's all we really have on this July 4th. But looking forward to the next time you're at Mulligan's. Maybe I'll actually stop out there that day. I'll come out there and spin some tunes and do some Merrill Reese. We're going to be playing some great hits for you here at Mulligan's. Brought to you by PNC Bank and the DNC. Whatever that is. Don't forget Impriano Roofing.
All right.
Slam some.
That's Jim Kelly. Jim, have a great 4th. And
Dom, you do the same. Kirk, Sean, you guys all have the same.
Likewise, my friend. You got it.
Is there a Facebook website, or they just call the station for Jim Kelly?
You can either call the station, or you can call me. You can reach me blinddj1 at verizon.net or 215-292-3076 if you want to call me for your next DJ party. I'm probably going to be yelled at by sales because we didn't pay for this. Oh, my God.
Let me ask you, though, Jim, what's the most unusual thing? You know some of the unusual things I've done. What's the most unusual one you've done? Memorable.
I'm trying to think of what was so unusual. I can't say anything that's really that unusual that I've done. Nothing really comes to mind, but I'm sure once I walk out of here, it's like, oh, yeah, I remember doing that gig, and then this happened, and then that happened. But I would say, one that you were at with me, there was a City Hall Gala that we
exactly.
did.
You were doing Wilson Good, yes.
I was doing Wilson Good, and I think one from Farley where you were playing basketball, and I was out there DJing.
Yeah,
so
exactly, yeah.
There's a few of those, yeah.
Okay. All right, Jim, have a great 4th.
You too, Dom.
It's worth the holiday, pre-holiday, just to have Jim Kelly back with us. And out of all them, Stern is still the one I love doing because it's so true. He's just a lazy, I hope he picks on me again. That's all I can. 14 minutes.
Dom, Tom Giordano's talking about me again, Robin.
The all-American moment. That's straight ahead. Here's how you get in. 855-839-1210. And by the way, gas prices are going down. The memo has not reached the Rittenhouse Sunoco, though. I'll get into that. Around the area today, 25 Freedom stations, way down. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
You've got bikes, you've got scooters, you've got delivery drivers. Now we have robots. What does it say about a city? And I get it, this is the direction of technology. All of the extra technology that's moving as you're trying to move in an already congested city, I think there's going to be a lot of pushback and resistance to the robots here in Philadelphia. Short of the bougie crowd that's going to love it in and around Market and Chestnut.
Send me my Chipotle.
Yes.
Oh, there's a robot from Uber. Like, are we that lazy?
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
A well-organized home isn't a luxury, it's a practical upgrade. Closet Factory designs and installs custom storage for closets, pantries, garages, and home offices, built to fit your space and your needs. You'll work with a designer, choose the look, and get professional installation, so the project stays simple and the results last. Start with a free design consultation at closetfactory.com. That's closetfactory.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
This year, America celebrates 250 years, 2.5 centuries of courage, sacrifice, and family stories passed down from one generation to the next. Hi, I'm Nick Mako.
And I'm Adam Baselogger, founders of Legacy Box. Your family's piece of the American story is sitting in an attic or closet right now, trapped on aging VHS tapes, camcorder tapes, film reels, and fading photos.
Those boxes hold moments you can never recreate. Your wedding day, your children's voices when they were little, grandparents coming back to life on screen.
Over 2 million families have trusted Legacy Box. And we've just partnered with the USO to digitize fragile handwritten letters from World War II, helping preserve American history for future generations.
As America turns 250, remember that your family is a part of the American story. Preserving those voices, faces, and moments is a part of your responsibility to the next generation. Don't let them disappear on your watch.
Visit legacybox.com/radio for our amazing America 250 sale. That's legacybox.com/radio to save.
Your freedom to relax starts at Spring Dance Hot Tubs. Now through July 12th, save up to $5,000 on new Hot Spring and Caldera hot tubs and receive a free freshwater IQ smart monitoring system. Looking for fitness and fun at home? Endless pool deals are hot. Get 50% off all accessories like an underwater treadmill or aqua bike. Plus, for a limited time, buy any 3 hot tub products and get the 4th for just $1. Visit springdancehotTubs.com and make this summer your most relaxing yet. See store for details. Offers end July 12th.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
It is Dom time. Welcome in, everyone. 855-839-1210. Most American moment. You heard mine, you heard Kirk's, you heard Sean's. Hit us with yours. Get your name into the hat. We'll have the winner at the end of the show today for a great prize. We have Dom's Money Melody. Still to come, we'll be talking with the guy from Dancing with the Stars, Alfonso, about what they're doing in Washington, why in the world is Washington so much more patriotic than Philadelphia? We should own July 4th. We have the most historic square mile. No, I don't even know if it's square mile, half mile, something like that, right? In the history of the world. And yet, they want to party on the Parkway. That's it. Can't do a parade, too hot. If you know of somebody actually doing July 4th tomorrow, a parade, something like that, I think Pat Malloy tells us that Glenside carries on no matter what. Remember that? I think that Plymouth Whitemarsh, Conshohocken, whichever one they call it there, I think they've gotten their mind right. and they're going to be doing it. And I led off the show, though, with all this going on, telling you that apparently the only Kansas City Chief not invited to the Kelsey wedding is Harrison Butker. What's his crime? Is he a rapist? Did he beat women, Taylor? No. Nope. That's not what it is. It's simply he said something opposite of the belief system of one Taylor Swift. And for that, nope. Can't have him, you petty little billionaire or double billionaire. It just stuns me, particularly when you're a teammate. You know, it's a wife beater. I wouldn't invite him. You don't have to invite everybody to your wedding. But that seems to be a curious choice, does it not, out of the entire team? Lance in South Philly, Talk Radio 1210. Happy Independence Day, Lance. And again, we didn't say it to you ever, and you're so colorful in your Navy service. Thank you for your service also.
Well, no problem. No problem at all, Dom. Happy birthday, and I thank you. Happy 4th. Happy birthday, America. And my great American moment for me is, that's one small step for man and one giant step for mankind. And it happened on my birthday. And even more importantly, because I was supposed to be born in September, I was born 2 months early. July 20th, 1969, the Apollo 11 moon landing.
Mm-hmm.
That's my great American moment. I think it's important because I think I was meant to be born on July 20th, 1969.
Ah, I get it. Yeah, absolutely. Well, all I can say is it's fabulous, the stuff that you bring every day, one way or another over the last 2 or 3 years. Just quite in addition to everything that we do.
Yep. So thank you.
Well, thanks, Lance. Have a great 4th. Thank you.
Same to you.
All right. Apollo landing and the landing of one Lance. 855-839-1210. You can grab a line. You can get on board. This is Cut 9, Sean. This is a group called Unleash Prosperity. Their head guy. And listen to what he said about what's happening with gas prices. And what's happening, I think, is that they're being artificially kept up by, I don't use the term gouging. You can charge whatever you want. But I think consumers ought to take note and punish those that are still charging $4.99 a gallon. Here's what Unleash Prosperity said about gas prices.
A year ago, gas prices, though, are much higher than they were a year ago. Don't you think the next thing to happen is the gas prices will come down to where they were a year ago?
Well, David, thanks for having me on, by the way. Good to see you, Lou. But first of all, look, I mean, the gas price is already coming down about $0.50, 50 cents from a month ago. So that's already happening. You know, the strait's opening up. Oil is starting to move through there. So we are already seeing that this, you know, it was a lot of hype saying that it was going to be this massive thing for many years to come. And it's just not the case. We have an abundance of oil, so we know that's happening. The one thing that's interesting about the jobs rate is, you know, look, we do have all those open jobs, as Nancy was saying in the teaser before. But we also need the people to fill them. So if we're going to have people leaving the country, we may need to bring some more legal immigrants back in. And also, David, the interesting thing that you can see is 1.6% of that workforce every year is turning 65. That means they're retiring. So we got to get off the couches, kids, and get into the labor market. Let's go.
Yeah. By the way.
All right. So the pitch for more immigrants, not necessary, but the thing about gas prices, they're not plummeting, you know, overnight, but they are gradually going down. And yet people send me emails every day. Did you see somebody's still at $5, the $4.99, the Rittenhouse at $5.09, the one in Chestnut Hill? You're seeing people taking advantage of this, and people want to be dummies and go and consume there. What are you going to do? Let's go to Ted in Newtown Square, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Ted, good afternoon.
How are you, Dom?
Good.
And a happy 4th.
Thank you, Ted.
I am, as you were just talking about the gas prices, I can remember back in the Carter administration, I was driving home late one night from a meeting I was at, and I stopped at a gas station, and I said, fill it up. I used to drive a little Volkswagen. And the guy comes around, and I said, wait a minute. Does that say 40 cents a gallon? And he said, yeah, that's what it is. I said, forget it. I will never pay 40 cents a gallon for gasoline. And I drove on basically on empty all the way home. So things change. And, but I had called you really about talking about Philadelphia not doing as much as Washington, D.C. And I don't know if you know this or not, but Josh Shapiro claims that he called around and nobody wanted to man the booth down at the National State Fair.
Yep.
And I just said, I can't believe that he would even say such a thing.
Well, look, Mikey Sherrill.
What does it say about his leadership?
Mikey Sherrill at least had the guts to be spiteful and hateful and say we're not doing one. This weasel is spiteful, hateful, and an all-time weasel, claiming nobody wanted to do it. And John Fetterman jumped into the ring along with McCormick, and they manned, at the last minute, a pretty successful booth there.
I have friends that heard about it and packed their cars up with stuff that they could show and drove down there themselves.
Good.
It just is such a bad reflection on his, leadership that he can't even get a couple of companies to get down there and show their stuff. What does that say about Josh Shapiro?
Well, yep, he is an all-time menace, Ted, what it says, and we have a lot more bouts with him coming up. What's your American moment, Ted, for the side today? Do you have one?
Well, there's so many, but if I'm an old history teacher, and I think when they signed the Constitution, that was the most amazing thing. There's nothing like it. You can go back and read all kinds of books, going back thousands of years, Aristotle and Socrates and Plato and all these other great minds. And these guys went through all of that. And they picked out what they thought was good and threw out what they thought was bad. And they came up with just a masterpiece that has done us very well for 250 years.
Well put. Extremely in agreement. One of it gives me a moment to think of the genius of the Electoral College. And why do Democrats hate that? Because they can't overrun us as easily with their mobs in big cities. That genius of the Founding Fathers has to be divinely inspired. There's nothing else that explains it. It's just there's not luck involved there. It's a master stroke. And yes, Mondami and other wannabe Mondamis, and Chris Rabb, the Mount Airy guy, that's why America is the exceptional nation. That's why. 855-839-1210, you can get a line. Coming up, the great Colonel Scott Rutter joined us at Mulligan's. His book is out this coming Tuesday, Damn Fine Soldiers. He had a lot to say, and look, we were crowded. We had a lineup of guests galore. On the day before the 250th, it's always great to hear from a great military guy who led the attack that secured Baghdad Airport, went on to be a war correspondent for Fox News Channel, and a friend from the time I met him in, helping to take us to Gitmo way back when. I think that was 2004. All right, so in Northeast Philadelphia Pride, he's with us. We also have a little bit later, Dr. Nick coming by. How serious was that throat attack on Caitlin Clark? This guy was the chief doctor for the Sixers, wrote a big piece on it, making news today. Phone lines, though. That great American moment is what we're looking for on Talk Radio 1210.
Independence Day, the birth of America. As we celebrate our great nation's 250th birthday, it's time to reflect on our forefathers' struggle to take control and free our country from a political system that failed to protect life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Many Americans in their retired years are searching for a way to take control of their life savings and are struggling to find financial independence. I'm Joanne Small-Canella, president of Crash Proof Retirement. Our proprietary crash-proof retirement system guarantees financial independence. There is no market risk, there are no fees, there's just peace of mind, knowing you'll always move forward, guaranteed with certainty. Declare your financial independence from Wall Street. You've worked a lifetime for it. You earned it for a lifetime. Shouldn't you keep it for a lifetime? Call 800-722-9728 or visit crashproofretirement.com.
There's nothing simple about choosing an engagement ring. Most people don't know where to start. That's why they turn to Family and Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton. JR will walk you through every step: diamonds, settings, styles, and how to choose what actually fits their budget and their partner. There's no pressure and no confusion, just straightforward guidance and a wide selection to compare with confidence. The goal is simple: leave knowing you made the right decision. Family and Company Jewelers in Marlton, New Jersey, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Let me tell you something about insurance. When you sign your insurance policy, for some brokers, that's the finish line. Handshake, commission, done. Then you may not hear from them again until it's time for renewal. But your business runs all year, so do the gaps and the risk. So go to supersure.com. If your company has more than 25 employees, whether you're the owner, CFO, or HR manager, it can be too complex to just go buy a policy online. Supersure is the super agency built for you, licensed in every state for your business insurance and employee benefits, all with year-round support for you and your team. At supersure.com, you can access tools like fine print facts. It'll translate your current policy into plain English so you see what's covered and what's not. Plus a business value calculator so you can estimate what your business is worth so you know what actually needs protecting. Go to supersure.com. One super agency, one powerful platform, all your policies in one place. Supersure.com. That's supersure.com. Paid for by Supersure Insurance Agency, LLC, a licensed insurance agency.
Feel the power of the Acura Integra. You control how you move with its integrated dynamic system. Take the wheel of the ADX with available premium Bang & Olufsen sound. Experience the power of the MDX together with space for 7 passengers. But why keep talking? Experience performance that speaks for itself. Acura.
Visit Piazza Acura of Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester for a test drive today.
Hurry into the Acura Summer of Performance event happening now.
All right, it is Dom time. Happy Independence Day, everyone. 855-839-1210. All-time American moment. That is what we're looking for. We should hear from Colonel Scott Rutter momentarily here coming up. And we'll hear from the lead player in tonight's big festival coming out of Washington. Sadly, Philadelphia can't seem to follow that model. Again, if you know of a parade going on today, tomorrow, love to know about it, that it's still ongoing. And look, I know it's hot out there, but Philadelphia, the slightest reason to cancel another thing. We have an Upper Darby. The police did a good job coming in. I think they arrested 15 people who refused to leave after we had the fireworks, etc. But these towns can't give up on this. I didn't hear Upper Darby say, you know what, maybe we shouldn't do this because we had to send in all these police to stop this stuff. Get more police, send in more police. I don't care if you have to send in the National Guard, arrest more of them, actually keep them in jail and prosecute them. That's where this breaks down. That's why we don't see any action around it. You have too many people that just get a ticket or something and then go on their way until they do it again. And the heat is the heat, no doubt. But canceling everything on the 250th, it's hard to even imagine the amount of cancellations that we've seen around this. And again, tomorrow night, you'll just see another spectacle in Philadelphia that has little or nothing to do with July 4th with the big party. That's all it really is. Just a party, nothing else. We hope to hear from Dr. Victoria Coates because she's just back from Israel. And on July 4th or pre-July 4th, nobody better. I mean, it's the best in the world that we can bring you, in my view, when it comes to national security, every Friday at 2 o'clock with Dr. Victoria Coates. This is cut 5, Sean. Here is little Brendan Boyle from Philadelphia. And this is exactly the Democrat Congressman Boyle. This is their game plan, what they're promising America if they get power. Not what they'll do as far as affordability and all that. This is what they're interested in. Cut 5.
Congressman Jared Huffman says he hopes to more aggressively investigate Freedom 250 if Democrats retake the House. Do you support that, or is this just all becoming part of this tit-for-tat trend with these congressional investigations on the other party?
Well, I certainly think that the necessary congressional function of oversight will begin to happen if and when Democrats win back the House this November.
All right, so Brendan Boyle telling you that's where they're going to go. All right, great friend, great patriot. We had him at Mulligan's, as I mentioned. His new book actually out this coming Tuesday, July 7th, Damn Fine Soldiers. You can still order, of course, pre-order. The pride of Northeast Philadelphia led the attack on Baghdad Airport, was our guide when we did the first radio broadcast from Gitmo, right in the center of seeing those killers among us staring you down as they're playing soccer. It was like a World Cup of terrorists there. And their dental care was better than the average. I mean, we're right there in the dental chair with these guys. Hey, Doc, don't give him any Novocaine. Hi, guys, that's a war crime. Let's go to Lieutenant Colonel Scott Rudder. Colonel, happy Independence Day. Thanks for joining us today.
Right back at you, Dom, and so great to see you and the team and the listeners at Mulligan's. Unbelievable.
Yeah, Mulligan's is a one-of-a-kind place. I'm so glad that you came, and we had a chance to talk somewhat about the book, but as you know, it's pretty enormous, the number of guests, and noisy. So, Scott, the book is out this Tuesday. You've done a number of things around it. What are people most interested in about the experience of those soldiers with you in Iraq?
It gets into the details of the great 900 individuals that I had the honor to serve. And these were individuals from every place, East, West Coast, Central, Puerto Rico, Guam, Black, white, Asian. We were all green. And we were focused at getting the job done, training and understanding what our country asked us to do. And this was the last time that our country was in large-scale combat operations. This wasn't going on patrol or going, or guarding things. This was actual combat. Not to say that other times were not combat, but these individuals that we asked for, and we got to be very careful when we ask generations in order to step up to the plate, because they will do it and they will actually accomplish the missions. They will take care of each other. They took care of me. I was the old man then at 40. What am I now? So right. It focuses on those stories, cooks with spatulas and M16s, gunners, drivers, individuals, the things that you didn't hear on the news, the shock and awe, the hand waves. This gets into the nitty gritty of what moms and dads and cousins and brothers and sisters and friends or individuals just want to hear what our soldiers, what our airmen did, but more specifically on the great task force that I had the honor to command, Task Force 27 Infantry, the mighty Cotton Balers.
So, Scott, to the aftermath of the war. Okay, I don't know if it's more highly publicized, but the mental, the emotional trauma of this, and just the day-to-day that we've talked about, this is hostile territory, the sandstorms, the bugs, the oil fires, all those things going on.
Absolutely. The second and third order effects, the environmental, and more specifically, what my soldiers are dealing with is the moral aspect of PTSD, of doing things that a normal person or is called to do in order to kill, in order to do what our country has asked us to do. It's a little bit different from being shot at and engaging back and engaging and killing people. So a lot of the soldiers have a little bit of challenge with that, but we're all connected. I think the VA has done a turn. They're focused on those type of mental injuries, not just the environmental injuries, but also the mental injuries, the actual stress and the turbulence of coming back and getting reacquainted into society again. But Dom, you hear me speaking. The states got to do a little bit more. New Jersey, and you heard me say even Pennsylvania. I mean, stepping up to the plate in order to provide incentives, in order to provide tax abatement for housing and so forth. And you heard me speak about towns like Haddonfield, Bryn Mawr. How many veterans are moving into those towns? Those towns were made by World War II veterans. And we need to step up to the plate. We're all not homeless. Not to say that we don't need to take care of the 5% or the challenge and so forth, but how do we get veterans to get integrated back into the neighborhoods?
And Scott, when we were there at Mulligan's, the part that I wrote down and all that chaos was you taking on New Jersey and how diminished Jersey is when it comes to stepping up for veterans in a lot of ways.
It's the 47th state in the nation. The highest taxes, not only veterans, but everyone. There's no incentives for veteran small businesses. Yes, they say that they have it, but it's not enforced. And that's what we need to do. We need to take a look at those capabilities and those businesses and those opportunities that are out there. Listen, not every veteran is an entrepreneur that needs a $100,000 loan. Trust me, the bankers and the businessmen are jumping at that opportunity in order to lend people to get them broke and and have that. But to take a look at the businesses and the individuals that are flourished, they're all moving to Florida and Texas. Think about it. Would you want to pay 18% state tax if you were in the Army and you were stationed at Fort Hood? Oh, I want to remain a New Jersey resident. Guess what? I'm a Texas resident now because I don't want to pay state income tax. So we have to look at those things in order to make incentive to people to want to return to New Jersey. We're losing businesses in New Jersey. Think about it. World War II, the veterans that came back, they were Bell Labs. They were the pharmaceutical companies that are out there.
Absolutely. So you have a website set up. The book launches on this coming July 7th. The forward, you chose the best guy in media. Brian Kilmeade is unbelievable on writing about this. And it is the untold story, particularly of a guy that we've gotten to know and of people that actually did this in what was seen as textbook, but even textbook, there are going to be bumps in the road. I mean, this was the textbook war of what happened here, yet accomplishing that has a lot of bumps along the road.
Absolutely, Dom. And those individuals, as we adapted and we made command decisions and used the great values that our parents and our ancestors and our grandparents provided us, allowed us to adapt and overcome no matter what challenge that we actually had. And Brian's excited about the book. I know you are too. It gets into the weeds and really appreciate the push. And I would ask everyone to take a look at the website, www.damnfinesoldiers. And it's available on Amazon or, dare I say, where books are sold and so forth. Looking forward to getting out there.
All right. Anywhere we'll see you on July 7th. Do you have anything lined up we should be aware of?
I'll be around in New Jersey, different areas today. Today I'm at an event, and on Saturday I'll be speaking in Seaside Park for the 4th of July tomorrow. Yep.
Absolutely. Well, Scott, we'll talk again about this. Congratulations. I just remember the first time meeting you at Sterling Optical with producers sucking in our guts together around the eyeglasses.
Yeah, I remember that. Proud Philadelphian here, Dom. Thank you very much, sir, and thanks for everyone.
Thanks, Scott. Colonel Scott Rutter, nobody better, and he actually calls Colonel Alan West. All right? So 855-839-1210, you get a line. All right, before we tell you about the Washington event with Alfonso Ribeiro. This cut from AOC said something on the other side of it, and I think I have that. But, well, here is AOC, and here's where some of this socialism go. It's hitting people under 40. Part of the appeal is what AOC says here. This will be cut 3. And then I'll play you Caroline Levitt. We'll see which one is closer to the truth. Here's AOC. Young people feel betrayed. Cut 3.
And so I think right now the electorate is also changing too. If I'm not mistaken, I think that millennials and Gen Z combined for the first time are eclipsing the number of baby boomers at the polls. And so I think some of this is also generational. I think young people in overall.
All right, let me interrupt there, Sean, for a second. So she made the premise there. Younger voters, and we're seeing in these elections, turned on by this, and a sense of betrayal. In other words, I would say it's a sense of ignorance. Socialism. Boy, this sounds exciting. She's arguing, no. It's just they've been betrayed. And when it comes to AI, I've been in the forefront of saying, yeah, all this AI stuff, we need a moratorium on the building, the AI processing. It's not going to cure cancer. Stop telling us that. This is a real threat in a lot of ways. But has this generation been betrayed? That's what the undercurrent AOC is talking about. Here is the press secretary. This is cut 7, Caroline Levitt, making a different case about younger Americans.
These kids, and I call them kids because they're in their 20s, and they've never had real jobs, and they're complaining things are expensive. Yes, things are expensive when you don't have a real job.
That's right.
Do you think that's getting traction, complaining?
Unfortunately, I do, because this generation, my generation, I hate to say it, Gen Z and those younger than me have been raised with just silver spoons in their mouth, just getting everything handed to them. That's not the values this country was built on. It was built on meritocracy and hard work, pulling up your sleeves, pulling yourself up from your bootstraps, and achieving the American dream. And we need to protect it with all we got.
Is it laziness?
A little bit.
Is it because the professors said the country's corrupt, it's evil, and we just need to shake them down and hand money out?
It's laziness, and it's the liberal indoctrination. You bring up a great point about our education system. However, I will say, a silver lining, so many parents that I talk to across the country are homeschooling, are turning to private education, are turning towards Christian schools across the country because they don't want their children being taught these communist and liberal ideas slammed down their throat. It's why President Trump in the White House has advocated so strongly for school choice across the country. We want kids to be taught to love our country. They should. It is the greatest country in the history of the world.
All
right. Overkill on both, my judgment here, on AOC and then Jesse Waters. I know a lot of people in the generations we're talking about who are not lazy. And the AOC thing of just, wow, what are you going to do? We've been betrayed. That's why we're turning to socialism. All right. So on July 4th, pre-July 4th, good opportunity. Both are, too broad of a brush. But the idea of socialism's exciting. It's a panacea. It's something that, I told you, and I don't know where it stands. We can't get the guy on. I don't know why. There's a state rep with a big bill that says that socialism should be talked about in every grade in high school. And the facts, what it is, what's the success rate, that kind of stuff. So that it's not a mystery all of a sudden. Wow, this is exciting. You mean these rich people don't get to keep their money? And when I was at the Big Talk Radio Convention in East Hampton, I had those 2 great kids on who were students at Hofstra. And they said, yeah, it's kind of aspirational maybe to live in Manhattan. But you got to realize, because of what the Democrats have done principally, living there is ferociously expensive. Is that a betrayal? Or is that just a reality of who's created this? So a lot of this is generational. But Democrat mobs are ready to go. What is it Republicans are going to counter with? Coming up, I'll play you Governor Christie, who basically is predicting and I think hoping for the Republicans getting slammed in the midterms, where he says then there'll be a reevaluation. Then there will be an opportunity to say this was all wrong, what we're doing. I don't see a crash in the midterms yet, but I don't see optimism either. I see a close situation here, just waiting for the Republicans to do something that will excite the base. Save America Act. Pass it. We're stopping them here. Finally get it over the line. I give the odds minimal at getting that passed. That's how crazed people like Thune and these others are not to do their job. And they're believing you're not going to take them out in primaries. All right. 855-839-1210. Hit us on the side question, too. All that straight ahead.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-296-1251. 800-296-1251. That's 800-296-1251. Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and e-auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
PNC Bank prides themselves on being boring, but the truth is they couldn't be more excited about serving our great region. For nearly 160 years, they've quietly planted the seeds to sprout brilliant results for equally brilliant clients. As fans themselves, they love your passion for winning. That's why they have dedicated teams across Greater Philadelphia ready to do the boring work to help set you up for success. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
The summer heat means it's that time of year to crank up the AC again. To keep your home cooling more efficiently and help save you on high energy bills, better go Gaida and finally replace your old drafty, inefficient windows and doors at Gaida Door and Window. Right now, Gaida is offering their best discounts of the year with their big 40% off summer sales event on all expertly installed windows and doors. You'll receive 40% off each window you buy. That's right, 40% off all high-performance, energy-efficient triple pane windows. And you'll receive 40% off any door, including insulated entry doors, patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, get your project started today with no money down and pay it off interest-free for up to 18 full months. All prior sales excluded. Minimum purchase required. Don't let these big discounts pass you by. Go Gaida today to take advantage of these limited time savings by calling to schedule a free in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GAIDA or visit them at GoGaida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
Progressive Insurance. Protect your family, your phone, and your furry friends with life, electronic device, and pet health insurance. Weather is sponsored by Ashley Furniture.
Shop now and celebrate Ashley's 250 hours of savings event. Save up to 20% on all furniture or take advantage of 60 months no interest financing. Plus, score incredible $250 doorbusters. You'll find unbeatable value on the styles you love during Ashley's 250 hours of savings event. Happening now.
Yo, Doylestown. We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT.
All right, Don Giordano's show, 855-839-1210. Get your name into the hat. All-time American moment. That is what we are looking for. Got some great people still stopping by. And again, we have those two now in custody, allegedly the killers of Mr. Schmidt down in South Philly, the kid walking home a few weekends ago from the basketball game, watching in a bar. Is that going to be taken away from Krasner? Okay, we'll see. That's my hope. Because if not, you know what he'll do with that case. But that's just one of a few cases out there. The cancellation today of the parade, people are like, oh, well, it's no big deal. I don't think any of this July 4th stuff is really. All Philadelphia wants is a party tomorrow night. Washington is where they do. Let's go to Phil in Delaware on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Phil, happy Independence Day. Go right ahead.
And happy to you as well. Two things real quick. One, as far as festivities, I mean, how do they get away with this? Oh, the heat? If people are willing to go,
right,
then do like Washington with those air misters and all that. They'd be fine.
It seems to me they would be, and Washington is doing it tomorrow night, and it starts well before dark in Washington. So yeah, it's stunning.
And at night, because again I'm on the road all the time, it was 81 degrees, and to me it was warm. But for an event, it's not 100. And as far as the Democrats saying, "Oh, nobody's showing up," well, I was in Washington yesterday, and I got to tell you, you couldn't find a place to park, and the fields were filled with people. Even on a work day, they started their weekend early.
That's good to hear. Very good, Phil. So what's your side today?
Well, me being a youngster, but old enough to remember, 50 years ago, we're going to repeat it now. So hopefully kids today say, I remember the flotilla in New York Harbor. I was glued to the TV all day long. And that's when they dedicated airtime to America and what's happening to America.
Yeah, well, Fox is doing that right now, Phil. Thank you. And just outside my door here, there were ships coming down the Delaware today. So we're seeing some of that in Philadelphia. 855-839-1210. Give us something that is, by the way, how did Country Roads, it was mentioned again by Andrew Giuliani today, take over with the soccer thing, an Americana song, to put it mildly, but that American moment in time. I gave you several. We'd love to get yours. Could be a funny one. That's fine. We'll put your name into the hat. Every Friday in the last segment, we have the winner of the week for a great prize. Tony in Belmar is on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Tony.
Hey, how are you?
Good.
Good. I just wanted to say that today is the 163rd anniversary of the Battle of Gettysburg.
Yes.
And around this time was Pickett's Charge, where 13,000 Southern Confederate Americans, I call them, charged the Union line and were devastated. Half of them were killed, wounded, or went back to Seminary Ridge, their position, with Union lead in their bodies. And 2 years later, the Civil War ended. I happened to be an extra in the movie Gettysburg. I was only 15 at the time.
Oh, what did you play? What did you play, Tony?
Well, I did both. I did Union and Confederate.
Okay.
But we actually did Pickett's Charge on the actual battlefield. And the National Park Service allowed us to do that. And there wasn't a dry eye on that field when the filming ended because of what those guys did that day. Both North and South.
Well, Roe and I, a couple of years ago, went to Gettysburg for that whole thing. The tour guide we had, the battlefields, incredible. Even the bed and breakfast had bullet holes in the walls, the room that we had from the downtown stuff that went on. So the Gettysburg tour, definitely worth it.
Absolutely. It's an amazing, hallowed place. You go there, and even how horrible that place was in 1863, it's so peaceful today.
Absolutely. Thank you, Tony. By the way, you know, part of the problem is stuff like this, the Battle of Germantown, right? Not Civil War, Revolutionary War. We took DJ and Luke there a few times, right there on Germantown Avenue. And, you had reenactors. Now, he was an extra, but reenactors, they can't do that anymore because Philadelphia is so ridden with gunfire. Yeah, I'm sure those two kids that allegedly killed Schmidt in South Philly, the kid walking home, Eric Schmidt, took his cell phone and all. Sure, it was that Battle of Germantown. It got in their heads. Look at those guys with muskets. Why don't we rob someone and shoot them? Wish we had a musket. You can't do, they don't reenact it anymore because they don't have the muskets. All they reenact is marching back and forth. No Battle of Germantown. I mean, you would actually see the smoke, the whole thing right there on the street from the reenacted fire. This is the type of mentality. But Gettysburg is worth it. It is, the museum is amazing. And the tour guides were really, really tremendous. Luke went there first, and then Ro and I went. That, of course, that weekend we were there resting after coming back. Dan calls on a Saturday. I'm thinking, Dan's never calling on a Saturday. What the hell is up? That's when Trump was shot. And I was thinking, okay, I'm in Gettysburg. What, how close to Butler is that? Not that close. By the way, on the first Trump shooting, the one in Butler, okay? They had word of crooks being on the roof, and the drone operator was there, but somehow or another couldn't communicate fully with what roof and where it was and see it. He was reduced to Googling it, the counter drone operator, Googling it in order to know where Crooks was. And then as he's Googling it, the fire rings out. I got to say, I used to believe the Secret Service, I'm not even sure right now, even with Trump and some of the changes, was the best and the brightest. And that, overwhelming professionalism. When you let that creep be inside the bushes at the Trump golf course and get off a shot again before they got him, and then storming the hotel, that situation. I know that everything can't be prevented, but my goodness, I just don't see, it's compromise again, societally compromised. I just don't see it as overwhelming necessarily the Secret Service anymore. And particularly during the Biden years. My God, Googling to see what the rooftop looked like of what they were referring to where crooks might have been with all kinds of people pointing at it. We still never have punished and had accountability on that. Just haven't done it. Of what more was behind it or not, etc. Okay, coming up, we have the big event in Washington. And we're going to talk with Alfonso Ribeiro, who is the Dancing with the Stars guy. But every year he is the big MC. Used to be Gary Sinise. I think Sinise is in this program. Chicago is in it. Also, Patti LaBelle is performing in Washington, not in the Philadelphia event. What do we? And Trace Atkins, very moving sequence, patriotic sequence. The party tomorrow night in Philadelphia, that's all that it is. Could there be any mention? Could there be one patriotic song? No. That crowd doesn't want it. They don't want to hear all that. All they want to hear is some music, maybe an attack on Trump thrown in, something like that. That's it. That's what Philadelphia is reduced to. Well, Washington, I think, has a spectacular event tomorrow night. We'll talk with him next here on Talk Radio 1210.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling.
I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Summer means vacations, road trips, and spending more time on the road with family and friends. Before your next adventure, make sure your vehicle is ready with United Tire's 4th of July sale. Through July 3rd, receive an instant $104 savings on any set of 4 tires, plus free road hazard coverage on trusted brands like Michelin, Goodyear, Continental, and more. It's one of the best tire deals of the summer and a great way to help keep your family safe on the road. Visit your local United Tire today. Don't drive alone, drive United.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flowertown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flowertown showrooms, or visit dkappliances.com.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, so tomorrow, New York has a pretty good fireworks thing going on. Philadelphia, of course, has just a party. And Washington, D.C., I think, combines big-name acts like Chicago, Patti LaBelle, Trace Atkins, a very moving, patriotic moment. And every year we have the opportunity to talk with Alfonso Ribeiro about what they're doing in Washington. He joins us to lay out what makes this distinct and interesting. So let's bring in Alfonso. Hey, Alfonso, welcome back to Philadelphia. Thanks for joining us again this year.
Thank you. Yes, good to be back.
Well, Alfonso, I got to say, you guys in Washington, now I'm a native Philadelphian, been in talk radio my whole life here, Philadelphia, but every year I yearn to see what you guys put on. And for the 250, seems to be a perfect combination of big name acts. And how did you guys steal Patti LaBelle? She once cooked shrimp for me, so I demanded she come back to Philadelphia with us. How did you do that?
Well, I think the show does it because it's such a wonderful show and it's so patriotic. And I think when people, get asked to come and be part of this, I think they automatically go, this will be a fun one to do, especially for, this year, being that it's the 250th birthday celebration. I'm pretty sure everyone is very excited to be part of this, as I am.
This is a Capitol 4th, 250th weekend celebration. Give us the times, Eastern Standard Time. Where are we watching?
Well, we come on at 8 p.m. Eastern, but you have to check your local listings for the exact time. But typically, I think it's 8 o'clock, and then we re-air at 9:30. So you get 2 opportunities to watch it.
So I mentioned Patti, but you have Trace Atkins in a very moving, patriotic moment, and I know he's very big with the military. A salute to the Artemis II mission and crew. That is, and a tribute to Team USA's Olympic athletes. We remember back fondly, particularly the hockey team winning. What is your role in this? Are you the MC? Do you do something else, Alfonso?
No, I'm the MC. I'm the host of the show. I'm taking us through this journey and get the party started and keep it rolling throughout and make sure that the train keeps rolling down the track. So that's my role this year. I've done different roles on this show, but that's my role and excited to be a part of it and do it. And I will be presenting everyone. So yeah, that's going to be the MC of the night.
Well, again, I am such a big fan of Patty, know her personally, and Chicago, among others. What can you tell us? What other kinds of moments are we going to see that will fit July 4th?
Well, we also are going to have something new for the first time. We're going to have our fireworks show at George Washington's Mount Vernon, and the incredible Lauren Allred. Lauren Allred will be performing for us. So that's a very special moment. Obviously, you mentioned the Artemis II crew, and we've got Joe Mantegna, who will be presenting the band Chicago. We've got Kool and the Gang. We've got Carly Pearce and Angel Blue. We have the cast of Just in Time, the Broadway musical. So we've got a lot of wonderful moments, a lot of great performers. Heartfelt moments. We will obviously be honoring our men and women of our armed forces. So it's clear to be a wonderful evening and a great way to get this party started.
Oh, without a doubt. So I'm not sure if it's every year, but the 1812 Overture seems to be a high point every year that I've seen.
Yes, it'll be there again this year. It's been there every year that I've been there, so I can't say for all 46 years that we've done it, but it's definitely been there for the 4 that I've done.
Gary Sinise, I see on your list too. What's Gary doing with this year?
Gary's going to be presenting the Artemis II crew. So I will be introducing him, and then he will be introducing our Artemis II crew, and so we're doing a wonderful tribute for them.
Just one more, too. Kool and the Gang. You can't have a thing like this without Kool and the Gang being there, Alfonso.
Of course. We're going to celebrate. We got to celebrate with them.
This is wonderfully put together. Behind the scenes, are you part of the infrastructure of this, coming up with the guests?
No, I'm not. This is always, let's call it a hired hand,
okay.
A hired big gun to come in and host it. This is, the production company for this they've been doing this for 46 years. They don't need me to come in and help. I would only mess things up. Michael Carney has done an incredible job, and his whole team. So it's them. They rock. They kill it. They make it happen, and we get to all enjoy it because of their incredible work.
Parting question. This is your downtime, I guess. When's the new season start for you? And any tease, you roll out stuff. I mean, it's fabulous, the success of your main show.
Yeah, well, my 2 main shows, AFE and both Dancing with the Stars, start up in September. So we get back right into it, and we get going, and Dancing will finish, right before Thanksgiving, and AFE goes all the way through till May. So we shoot periodically through the year, but it's we're about I get a nice little summer break after a Capitol 4th that will air on July 3rd. So I'll get my little break for the summer and then back at it.
All right. Well, Alfonso, thank you for coming back this year. Congratulations. Looking forward to it. It is a great way to celebrate the opening of America 250 this year. Thanks for joining us.
I appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
All right. So that is tonight. You'll see that. And again, the contrast. Contrast that if you watch, the opportunity tonight and then what Philadelphia does. And I don't know. Why? Well, I do know. Philadelphia doesn't want to do that. Is it possible to blend these two things together? Is the American military mentioned tomorrow? No, it's just a party. They're putting a spin on it this year that it's a Philadelphia party. That's all that we're seeing. That's all that happens around this. Okay. Hit us with that all-time American moment. Think about that, and I give you some of the Founding Fathers data. Who is the number one Founding Father? To me, it's still Washington. I usually put John Adams in there because I think John Adams was the force that helped to propel us toward finally deciding, yes, New England was a driving force that took it to war. You can hit us with either one of those. Get your name in before the end. We might talk with Dr. Victoria Coates. Back, I believe, from Israel about what she's found, where this goes. And Mandani today giving his own July 4th sermon They're just not resting. They're feeling themselves. They're smelling themselves. The socialists, the communists, feeling they're on a win streak here, and they have won in some places. Is that going to make Larry Krasner run for mayor in Philadelphia? Yes, I think he will. I don't think he'll win, but I think he'll do it. 855-839-1210. That's how you get in. AT&T and Verizon Wireless, all that you have to do is just push pound 1210.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Some of these problems are easily correctable. We could see significant improvement. Nothing is ever absolute. Nothing could ever be 100% yada yada. But man, we could have so many different better things if we just had that same mentality of, oh, we're having guests, companies coming over. Let's get it together and make it look like we have our house in order. When we know Philadelphia as a city does not have their house in order.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
The sweetness of a low price fades, but quality lasts forever. At Cozy Jewelers, wedding bands aren't pulled from a warehouse. They're crafted, inspected, and designed to be heirloom pieces. You work directly with Paul Cozy. No middleman, no mass production. So when you're choosing a band you'll wear every day, step up to the 5th C. Cozy, because color, cut, clarity, and carat matter, but craftsmanship matters more. Visit Cozy Jewelers today.
Horizon Plumbing and Electrical knows that when spring showers are coming down so hard it seems like Mother Nature traded out cats and dogs for lions and bears, you'll be glad you called us to clear your block drains and prevent dangerous power surges so your home can stay safe and comfortable. Plus, with Horizon's same-day water heater installs and repairs with no emergency service fees, we work fast to ensure you have all the plumbing and electrical help you need. So book horizonservices.com now and enjoy the comfort of your home without worrying about whatever kind of zoo that's coming down out there.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Let me tell you something about insurance. When you sign your insurance policy, for some brokers, that's the finish line. Handshake, commission, done. Then you may not hear from them again until it's time for renewal. But your business runs all year, so do the gaps and the risk. So go to supersure.com. If your company has more than 25 employees, whether you're the owner, CFO, or HR manager, it can be too complex to just go buy a policy online. Supersure is the super agency built for you, licensed in every state for your business insurance and employee benefits, all with year-round support for you and your team. At supersure.com, you can access tools like fine print facts. It'll translate your current policy into plain English so you see what's covered and what's not. Plus a business value calculator so you can estimate what your business is worth so you know what actually needs protecting. Go to supersure.com. One super agency, one powerful platform, all your policies in one place. Supersure.com. That's supersure.com. Paid for by Supersure Insurance Agency, LLC, a licensed insurance agency.
Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
You are with Dom at 855-839-1210. Hit us with that all-time American moment is what we're looking for. In addition to that, I'm seeing even more action. I told you right at the top of the show. All right, Taylor Swift, this obnoxious wedding, this whole, and Kelsey, equally obnoxious. They invited everyone on the Kansas City. I think there's going to be 1,500 people there. If they're really not married or they are married at this point, all right. The only one they did not invite was Harrison Butker. Now, if you remember, the field goal kicker, last year he was decent. Previous years he had been unbelievable. But it was a few years ago in one of their Super Bowl years, may have been right after the Super Bowl. He got to speak at a pretty conservative college. I think it was a Norbertine College. And it was a women's group. And what he said in his view of the world, from a quote, Christian perspective, with the man as the leader of the family and all that, was seen by some as offensive or at least they differ with. I differ with it. I think it was limiting, old-fashioned. Call it what you... It reminded me of when Mike Pence said he's not going to have lunch with a woman on his staff, that kind of thing. Remember? And I say, we got in this pitch battle, schmoozing the boss, being the boss, bonding in that manner. That's all part of advancing. People telling me, no, it's not. It's just your work and all that. Oh, stop it. Okay, so I didn't agree with Harrison Butker. It was outrageous, the overreaction to it. So now, I don't know how many players of the Chiefs. It'll be out there. You'll see. Could it be 100 people are invited, according to the report today, to go to the wedding? He's the only one not invited. Now, one of them just got out of jail or still in jail. There are people there that have done all kinds of things, including issues with women, Taylor Swift. And apparently they're invited. Now, remember, we talked about this before. Anytime someone opens up with a conservative point of view that's a big-time athlete, even if you don't agree with every word, it's not criminal. And then we see the police blotter that week of big-time athletes who are criminals. Those that are criminals, there's not an all-out surge around that. But the conservative or somebody who is old-fashioned, it might even be that, who has said something, they are banned for life. They're to be shamed. This is the Harrison Butker thing. Now, who's behind this? Well, according to Pat Mahomes, if you remember at the time with Butker, he was a great teammate. That's what Mahomes said about him on a day-to-day basis as a teammate. And Travis Kelce didn't say anything that's negative. But I'm sure this did not go down well with Taylor Swift. Now, Taylor Swift, on one hand, we can dismiss this whole thing in the wedding, and I'm in agreement on this, as the ultimate in who cares. But she's not quite like it was a couple years ago as a cultural force. But she's beyond annoying. She's a menace. And not inviting Butker, they have every right to do. Yeah, of course, you can do whatever you want. But think about it. Here we go again. A guy who, by all accounts, is a fine husband, dad, player, spotless record. He just differs with you on the role of women, even if I think it's archaic what he says women should do. And if you don't think it is, that's fine. You have a right to that opinion, but I do think he's way offline. But it's not offensive. It's not criminal. So much so that she would single him out not to be invited to the wedding. And yet we'll have to listen to her about inclusivity, diversity, equality. We'll have to hear about income inequality. We'll have to hear about that as she jets around the world. And look, I'm not a fan of the Kelce's. I'm not a fan of the wife. I'm not a fan of the podcast. I'm not a fan of either one of them. The whole thing is completely up, particularly Travis Kelce. So you mean to say, and he's playing another year, Travis Kelce would not invite this teammate. Now, look, you all could be in wedding circumstances. I don't remember any of this with Roe, where either Roe or I said, no. I don't care, whatever. That guy Kirk is not coming to the wedding. I don't care what you say. Then we won't get married. Everybody has to invite people that you may find to be a bit annoying, or you'll have to hear something again for the millionth time, or whatever. I'm sure that's the case with most people. Or you only have a limited amount of money, whatever the case is, and you don't want to continue. Oh, you got to invite this person. That's two more. And then you look up at the list, it's gargantuan. But they could invite the entire starting roster of the Knicks and the entirety, according to the report, of the Kansas City Chiefs. I'm not even sure if it's just this current team or team that played with him. And yet, this woman has to single out Harrison Butker. And what's really annoying about it, sports used to be an area where it was more rough and tumble, wasn't so politically correct. Now, this is incredible to me. I don't think Butker's going to comment on it. Monday, I may replay what Harrison Butker said. And as I remember it, yeah, it was really out there as far as the role of women, in my view. A lot of people defend it. I wouldn't defend it. It's ridiculous. But that is so wrong that he doesn't get invited to the wedding. So what's the standard? Well, it's the Taylor Swift standard. Patricia in Bryn Mawr, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Patricia, afternoon.
Good afternoon, Dom. Happy 4th.
Thank you, Patricia.
To answer the question, the very first image that came to my mind, I believe it was during the Gulf War, the Whitney Houston, watching Whitney Houston live singing the national anthem with her fists raised. I never forgot that image. And, of course, her performance was spectacular.
Yeah, one-of-a-kind voice. Super Bowl you're talking about, right?
Was it Super Bowl?
I believe it was Super Bowl.
Yeah, it was Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And the funny thing is, sometimes when I feel like I just want a little lift, I want to hear something, I just go on my computer and go to YouTube and play her singing that song.
Absolutely.
And it's just incredible.
That is it. Nobody can carry it quite like this. The sadness of it, a voice like that, and the untimely death, the whole thing. Yeah. That is a great American moment. That is what we're looking for. Get your name into the hat. Well, do we know if Victoria Coates is there or not yet?
No, she's no.
No. Okay. Well, then we have Dr. Nick.
Yep.
Okay. Dr. Nick DiNobili will be with us, a friend of the show and former chief doctor for the 76ers. And he wrote this piece just in the last day or so talking about Caitlin Clark and the hand on the throat and what could have happened there. Okay? By the way, I'm watching Fox try to explain, it's scorching in Philadelphia. That's why Philadelphia 250, July 4th, they can't even do a parade. They're not even going to try. Nope, we can't be doing that in Philadelphia. Are you kidding me? How many more excuses can you have to cancel July 4th? I'm not talking just about Philadelphia. Mount Holly might be the most outrageous. I'm looking at towns preparing tonight and tomorrow night, though, for teenagers rioting and wanting to take over the town. So why don't we just cancel holidays like this? We just cannot deal with this. Seems to be the ongoing thing. All right, I'm looking at all the images. Massive heat wave in Philadelphia here. The sprinklers there, people running through them. Okay. 855-839-1210. That's how you get in. We'll talk with Dr. Nick about all this Caitlin Clark stuff. She was only voted the 11th best guard in the WNBA. It is an unbelievable sports story. And Dom's Money Melody, tickets, Dave Matthews Band, all straight ahead.
All right, we're enjoying our summer vacation, 4th of July, America's 250th, whatever it is. It's also time to think about your home. Hey, it's Rich Zioli, and even though I'm not with you this week, I know that if you're looking for a contractor who can help, you got to think about my friends at Emmons. EmmonsRoofing.com. Emmons delivers protection, peace of mind, and true craftsmanship. That's why Emmons is my go-to contractor for roofing, siding, and windows. And they even have a new bathroom division, and they remodeled the kids' bathroom, and it looks just absolutely amazing. Emmons doesn't just make your home look great, it makes it stunning from the curb. Energy efficient, secure, and ready to withstand the elements. You're going to get top quality, American-made products. It's going to increase your home's value and make your home more beautiful. From lifetime warranted Owens Corning roofs built to handle severe weather, to siding that insulates, to windows that blend style and performance, Emmons has you covered. Go to EmmonsRoofing.com. My great friends at EmmonsRoofing.com.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds and you're overweight. Winner, winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you, with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So, yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou, because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds, too. Get a quote right now at 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or biglou.com.
A plane has crashed into one of the towers of the World Trade Center.
The events of September 11th changed our nation forever. As we approach the 25th anniversary, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT is looking to hear directly from those who experienced that day firsthand. Were you a first responder who answered the call on September 11th? Were you in New York City, Washington, or near Shanksville? Share your story as part of our special 25th anniversary broadcast, 9/11 Through the Eyes of, a collection of personal memories, reflections, and experiences from those whose lives were forever changed. If you have a first-hand account and would like to be considered for an interview, visit 1210WPHT.com. Let's remember, honor, and preserve them for future generations. Go to 1210WPHT.com.
I remember the moment.
I'll never forget that moment.
That changed my life.
At that moment, it hit me. This is why I joined the Guard. We're soldiers, always ready to protect our country. But we've also got communities. Family, friends, neighbors who count on us. I couldn't believe it. I just saved a life. Somebody from my hometown.
See what it means to be a citizen soldier at NationalGuard.com.
Alcoholics Anonymous. The only requirement for membership is a desire to stop drinking. There is a solution. You can find us at aa.org.
Yes, that's right. Big 2 o'clock hour. We got Dom's Money Melody, and we have a pair of tickets, lawn tickets, to see Dave Matthews Band Summer Tour 2026, July 10th at Freedom Mortgage Pavilion, Camden, New Jersey, courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets are on sale at Ticketmaster.com. We'll have that for you around the usual time of 2:13, 2:14. All right, Dr. Nicholas Danubili. Dr. Nick has been with us many times before, a few times at least. And I saw a piece he just wrote in the last couple of days about how serious this attack on Caitlin Clark was to the throat. He formerly, well, I'll ask him to get the specific on that because I'm a little unclear as far as him working with the Sixers as a team doctor. So he knows basketball. And again, what's going on in the WNBA is as wild in pro sports as anything I've ever seen. And it underlines how much pro sports has changed, how politically correct, how woke it is to see this nonsense play out. Let's go to Dr. Nick on Talk Radio 1210. So, Dr. Nick, did you play tennis today?
I did. It was hot.
Oh, yeah?
It was not smart, I'll tell you, but I might go back tomorrow.
Okay. So what was your...
How are you, Dom? Happy 4th.
Well, very good. And it was great to see this piece that you, Dr. Nick, penned the other day. What was your role for listeners with the Sixers?
I was one of the team physicians, team docs for the Sixers for 12, 13 years. It was all the Iverson years, right before we drafted Iverson, all the way through when we traded him and he came back. And it was a wonderful time to be there. It was a great time.
Well, you had observation up close at one of the world's most unusual, fabulous athletes ever in Iverson.
Oh, and he took a beating. He took a beating. And, you know, it's interesting. when Iverson first came to the league, you may remember, and we found out afterwards that there was some truth to this. We thought that the refs were looking the other way. I don't think anyone was out to harm him at the time, but I do know they were trying to kind of neutralize him a little bit. The league, I don't wanted his star to shine, but that star was going to shine anyway. I mean, he was an amazing, amazing player, as tough as they come. He took a beating, and I saw it firsthand. I mean, but he never wanted to stop. He would never want to sit out. Ever.
No, unbelievable. So with that kind of background, Caitlin Clark looks a little more fragile to me. I do think she has to do some things strength-wise and other things. But even if she does them, the ferocity of what we've seen, when you have the hand on the throat and the referee doesn't call that, tell us what you wrote about could have happened there.
Well, you know, it's one of the reasons that there's not a single sport where going anywhere near the throat is allowed. I mean, even in MMA or cage fighting, this is verboten, right? You can't go for the throat. And the reason is the larynx is a very sensitive area. It only takes about 10 to 20 pounds of pressure to fracture or crush the larynx. And even if you don't fracture it, a blow to the larynx area, you could get immediate swelling and your airway will close down. And that becomes a life or death situation. It's something that, you know, no team physician wants to be there when that happens. It's what keeps us up at night. You know, that's the kind of things you always have to be prepared for. It is extremely dangerous to go near somebody's throat. And what, you know, and I was quiet on this. I didn't say anything. I watched a lot of these games and it really wasn't saying anything, but with that combined knee to the groin and fist into the throat, I thought this is, you know, somebody's got to speak up. I'm surprised there's other team physicians that aren't. I know their team physicians probably are gagged to some degree, right? You know, they don't want to lose those coveted positions. But I felt I needed to speak up, and it got picked up all over the place. As you know, it went viral, and then Fox News and Fox Sports, and they wrote a big piece yesterday and interviewed me. But it's dangerous, and you know, she does get injured, but it's the types and the frequency of fouls on her, and really the types. I don't know that there's any training, strength training, anything that protects you when they're face guarding you, when they're poking you in the eye, hitting you in the face, hitting you in the head, right? Landing in your space. When you see she takes those jumpers, which are amazing, they're not at the three-point line. She is way beyond the three-point line.
Yeah, the logo, sure.
And they are always in her space, which is, if you saw the NBA Finals, there were calls on that, flagrant fouls called, when even if it was like accidental, but these aren't. They come right into her space. And for people who don't follow basketball, and I know I know you play and you follow it, but when you're up in the air like that, if you're coming down and somebody gets into where you're going to land, that's very dangerous. You're in the air, you're not protected, and you can go flying. It doesn't take much pressure to send you onto your back, hitting your head, whatever. And she gets that all the time. So yeah, when you're driving to the basket, you know, a lot of the players are looking for fouls. She's looking for fouls, and she does get a lot of fouls. But almost 20% of the flagrant fouls that are called in the league are called on her behalf. They're happening to her. That's insane. And I believe she's targeted. I really believe that unless something's done, officials, the league, you know, as long as you look the other way, and if players know they can get away with it for whatever reason they're doing it, and I'm not going to get into motivation, but there's a grudge there. And, you know, when she's off the ball, they'll slam into her. It's not like just her driving to the basket, getting fouled a lot. It's off, it's off the ball.
And this, doctor, we have this woman visually, you know, all eyes are on this as she's on the ground with a hand on the throat. And yet, if there hadn't been outcry and people like you following up with that, there would have been no suspension and then only a 1-game suspension. This woman is determined to go after her. I mean, the only remedy I would know, and I know what would happen in the NBA, I'm not sure if you're a party to it. If I were coaching the Fever, I'm going to get somebody that's kind of a Dave Schultz of basketball, and when she's when she's attacked, there's going to be a penalty until the league stops this.
Yeah, I think they're looking the other way. They don't know how to handle it. They don't want her to shine for whatever reason. There's, I think it's petty jealousies. Look at the All-Star balloting. Did you see that?
Yep.
She came in player votes as for guard number 11. This is the leading scorer, leading in assists, breaking every record. The fans picked her as number 1 or 2. The media picked her, I think, as number 3. So she's going to make the All-Star team. But her colleagues, and the votes that she got, her teammates voted for her. So not counting her teammates, she probably got 10 votes in the entire league or something like that to get her the low number of votes that she got. It's unbelievable, and it's sad. It's really sad.
Yeah, I'm going to take it back.
I think she's a class act.
Yeah, I'm going to take it back to the Sixers. If Allen Iverson had been under attack, well, first of all, Iverson would go right back, but the Sixers would have done something. They would have gone to the league. They would have brought somebody else in. They're not going to let somebody at that level. And by the way, just as a point, because you saw it every day, I once got tickets right at courtside. Steve Kardasco, our financial guy, was good enough. My son and I are watching. It was a guy on Toronto who was all defense, one of their guards. Iverson was at half court. He was at the top of the circle, so he had pretty good cushion. He saw Iverson coming at him, and he just started backpedaling even from that position. That's how fast with the ball Iverson was.
I know. He was amazing. He was always fun. When he was on the court, whether we were winning or losing, it was always fun to watch. And I feel that way with Caitlin Clark. She's an amazing passer. She's a great player. And you know what? Back then, I'll tell you who would have gone out and thrown the punch. Our friend Pat Croce. Because back then, Pat was. Remember, he was teaching the Flyers because I would cover the Flyers games once in a while too. But Pat taught a few of them how to fight. I think he broke Paul Holmgren's nose a few times. I think he broke Jay Snyder's nose. Pat would have been the one out there protecting him, but no, that she's not getting the protection, and they're looking the other way. And this may change now. I think it's getting a lot of it's getting a lot of attention, but it's they have to send a message, and I think it's going to be penalties and fines. Once you start having people miss games and making them pay for it. I think this player got 1 game and $1,000 fine. That's not going to
for the throat.
Anything.
My God, what do you have to do? So, Dr. Nick, where do we find you? Because you're constantly in the world of sports is really ripe with this whole stuff. It's front page stuff. Where do we find you on Twitter?
On Twitter, it's Dr. Nick USA, DRNICK USA on Twitter, or just drnick.com. But I'm always happy to talk to you, and I know you love the game of basketball, and you know it well. And it's a shame to not let them play because you know what? I couldn't watch the NBA in the past. Probably you were the same way. I cringe when I watched it. And then Caitlin Clark got me watching it again, and I realized, wow, the talent has really improved. There are some really tremendous players there, but it can't be like a hockey game. It can't be. It can't be like this, just where we're punching each other and they drill, they block her. She could just be standing there and somebody will come and crash into her and knock her over with the ball nowhere near her.
Exactly.
It can't be like that. There's too much talent in that league now, and they're shooting themselves in the foot because she brought the whole attention to the whole thing. And,
absolutely.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
anyway.
Dr. Nick, thanks for coming on today. I hope you were able to play tennis tomorrow, and we'll be in touch.
All right. Thanks, Dom.
Thanks,
Always.
Dr. Nick here on Talk Radio 1210. Yeah, his piece about what could happen there is all over the place. And the Caitlin Clark story is not just a sports story. It's about the divide in America and the nonsense that goes on in the WNBA. I'm not even sure that the main motivation is race. It can be more the homophobia charges and she's a straight white female. And those things in the WNBA, despite what she brings to it, are going to be problematic. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. Hit us with that all-time American moment. That's what we're looking for. But first, it is time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Has all the money gone?
That's right. Pair of lawn tickets. See Dave Matthews Band Summer Tour 2026. July 10th at Freedom Mortgage Pavilion in Camden, New Jersey, courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets are on sale at Ticketmaster.com. All right, what do we have today?
All right, so I'm taking the reins for the Money Melody today. The side question is Great American Moment. So looking for American songs, so I figured I'd go with Bruce Springsteen's Born in the USA. So we're going to do a country, not an artist. So we're going to do a country covering the song of Born in the USA. So couple of little nuggets of this country. It's the castle capital of Europe.
Okay.
And this country is known as the world's biggest beer drinkers. So we're going to do a cover song from this country, Born in the USA. Take a listen. Yeah, so this country is known for the castle capital of Europe, and this country is known for the world's biggest beer drinkers. Looking for the country or language of origin.
All right. Mulligan's crowd, get to the phone. Here we go. 855-839-1210. You get these tickets. Dave Matthews will also have them for the winner of the week on the side question today. At the end of the hour, we'll have that. So get in on both. 855-839-1210.
My obstructive hypertrophic cardiomyopathy kept me from baseball games with my boys. The stairs were too much. With Camzyos, my symptoms have improved and I can be more active again. Camzyos is a cardiac myosin inhibitor, the first in its class to treat adults with symptomatic OHCM. Camzyos may improve your symptoms and ability to be active, and it reduced obstruction in the heart 4 times more.
In a 30-week study, Camzyos, mavacamten, reduced post-exercise obstruction on average 47 units of pressure versus 10 with placebo. Results may vary. Camzyos may cause serious side effects, including heart failure that can lead to death, a risk that's increased with serious infection, irregular heartbeat, or with certain other medicines. Do not stop, start, or change medicines or dose without telling your doctor. You must have echocardiograms before and during treatment. Seek help for new or worsening heart failure symptoms. Camzyos is only available through a restricted program. Before taking, tell your doctor about all your medical conditions and current or planned pregnancy, as Camzyos may harm your unborn baby.
Visit Camzyos.com or call 1-855-CAMZYOS. Actor Portrayal.
Summer is here, and that means pool days and patio nights. But is your uneven concrete making your backyard feel more like a construction zone than a vacation spot? Stop worrying about stubbed toes and stumbles. Keystone Guncrete can level your pool deck and patio quickly and cleanly, saving you thousands over the cost of pouring new concrete. We'll have your backyard party ready before your water even gets warm. Head to KeystoneGuncrete.com. Remember, Guncrete is spelled with a K. Mention 1210 and we'll take $50 off your project.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
Hit the road this season to watch the birds. Book your road trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are available now for Nashville, Arizona, Chicago, and London. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly. The official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com. Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
It's the Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone? Show me the money.
All right, let's hear the clue again. Remember the beer drinking and the castles.
The castle capital of your...
Right.
Go ahead. Castle capital.
Yeah.
So yes, we're looking for the country, language, or language of origin.
Okay. Jerry in Wilmington. Jerry, happy 4th of July. What's your answer?
Yeah, happy 4th of July to you guys, too. Thank you. Is it the Czech Republic?
Yep, that's it. Ding, 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 ding. Yep, you got it. That's
All
it.
right, Jerry,
Nicely
we'll
done.
put you on hold. I didn't know they were the biggest beer drinkers.
Yeah.
German reputation, but I know you wouldn't go there with that, so I thought it was
Exact-
Liechtenstein or something.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Nice.
All
Yep.
right. So another pair of lawn tickets to see Dave Matthews Band. We'll have that for the grand prize winner. So get in on that all-time American moment. Now, I just saw a little bit of the commentary here. The Inquirer, how they see it. Pope Leo, the Inquirer says, of course, leaning into... I thought the Pope was supposed to be talking today about how Pope Leo, he got the Liberty Medal, first of all, right? With the tactics of Pope Leo and what Pope Leo is instructing us to do vis-a-vis Iran, would that have freed more people from tyranny, terror, Pope Leo, or with the tactics of Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, and Marco Rubio? Should they not get the Liberty Medal? Are they not trying? How is the Pope going to liberate not only the people of Iran, but the people of the Middle East and Americans who have to look over their shoulder at the terrorists that are among us, or potentially among us in the world, and the potential to get a nuclear weapon? But that didn't stop the Pope. He noted his advocacy, says the Inquirer, for humane treatment of immigrants, and noted that the founders of the United States made America a word for freedom as the country opened its doors to successive waves of immigrants. Okay, Holy Father, let's stop it right there, buddy. Successive waves of immigrants coming to the country. You're leaving, Your Eminence. I guess they didn't cover that at Villanova while you were there. You're leaving out the word legally. Successive waves coming in legally. And I might add, historically, maybe they didn't cover that at Villanova either. Happening at a time when America was growing and could use that immigrant labor. Is the argument today, with what we've been inundated with during the Biden years, where every reputable study indicates how housing costs and rental costs have gone up because of people being here illegally? We just had in Pennsylvania a state trooper killed in an horrific crash. And the allegation by the state police, and I'm looking at them taking a guy out of the hospital today, is that a Haitian here illegally, who illegally got a CDL license from another blue state, Massachusetts, was the truck driver, maniac, who crashed into and killed the state trooper. Now, of course, we know here in Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro and the clown that heads up the board that deals with CDL and truck drivers, they don't deign to close this loophole. Remember when the Pennsylvania truck driver from Kakistan or one of those stands got caught in the Midwest killing somebody? We've seen this routinely. So here we have a guy who won't deign to come here, get said Liberty Bell by a bunch of sycophants who give it to progressives, and then has the nerve to lecture us and call us to our better selves when America used to look beyond itself in a great sacrifice to champion the cause of freedom beyond its own borders. But he acknowledged that mission hasn't been straightforward, noting that building a society embodies such ideals was not always easy. In many respects, it's still a work in progress. He plans, the speech comes the day before he plans to visit Lampedusa, an Italian island known as a stop for migrants making the dangerous journey across the Mediterranean Sea. The Italians, Holy Father, are not enamored with that island and said migrants, and many times just wash up on their beaches and their shores. The chief content and learning officer for the National Constitution Center emphasized in a Friday interview that Leo is a global leader who has been uniquely shaped by American ideals. Leo declined an invitation from Trump to celebrate the country's 250th birthday. Why did he decline? Instead, he opted to visit the migrants. 250th birthday, Liberty Medal. We get a lecture from this guy. That's the way that I see it. And again, early on, I'm surprised. Early on, we were sniffing out, would this be another Pope Francis? He is more of a menace than Francis. He's more of a menace because he's younger, he's sharper, he's not addled, and he's coming with Trump derangement syndrome. And the latest, suddenly, this Pope Leo doesn't like what the church has said for thousands of years. There is such a thing as a just war. For example, I think they would say pretty clearly that World War II was a just war. I think when this guy gets done, maybe that won't be the case. So, hey, Liberty Medal sycophants, okay? And some of them are Republicans. They want to gush over this. And Pope Leo, let's do it to Pope Leo, is a question I would have. What would the result be? The result would be that Iran would get a nuclear weapon. The Pope apparently is unaware or doesn't want to be aware that there's such a thing as evil in the world. And I believe that in the main, God has inspired the United States to be a force against evil. Now, that doesn't mean every action we take as we head toward July 4th or everything that happened in this country. But be it slavery, the United States paved a way of evolving on that. The blood and treasure of the Civil War, etc., were the way to pay the price for that original sin. And in addition to that, we made the right move to stop the Iranians from getting a nuclear weapon. And I would just love, it would be a Netflix comedy to see Pope Leo sitting there talking with these religious fanatics, sitting there and trying to convince these people who don't want Jews to be in the Middle East or to exist, that don't want us anywhere in the world, who have a belief system, as far as I can tell, some of them, that getting that nuclear weapon and using it would set off a chain of events that is religiously where they should go. They cannot get a nuclear weapon. They're not going to get a nuclear weapon. Doesn't mean it's going to be easy to extract ourselves from this situation. But it was the right course of action. 855-839-1210. So this is exactly what I thought would happen with Pope Leo today. It's textbook. And it, again, well, why did he reject coming to the United States? Too busy. It just happens to coincide with our Independence Day that he's got to go to an island of migrants illegally trying to get into Italy. I don't know. Well, I do know somewhat. The Catholic Church is lucky. They've gone off the deep end, and yet they're getting more numbers of people. And the reason is the church traditionally, thousands of years, has had stability. And I think young people are looking for that in a world where there's difficulty. And it seems to be the reason why those new people coming to the faith. But people that have been lifelong, they look at stuff like this and they kind of say what I just said. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me on these waves of immigration? This Pope just slanders people who came here and built America the right way, legally. Not coming here looking for the welfare system, for birth tourism, for citizenship, like it's a souvenir or something they get to take. Whatever the goofballs in the Supreme Court say. No, this was exactly what you would expect from this Pope and the people who run the Liberty Bell. All in it together, all part of their version of America. Well, that's not my version of America. Everybody has their right to their version of America. They just happen to be wrong. Phone lines, 855-839-1210. You get it. So when you make your comment about the side question, give me your sense, particularly if you're a Catholic, on Pope Leo and this performance today. Why, on our 250th, is the focal point immigration? Why is this fixation with this guy? Wouldn't there have been a more gracious way to talk about America, to talk about his own upbringing, Villanova, American exceptionalism? Oh, no, that would be outside his lane. But apparently illegal immigration is not. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. That's how you get in. You know, America is turning 250, and Rescue Natural Supplements is celebrating in a big way. For a limited time, honor 250 years of freedom with a special Rescue Savings event. Buy any 2 or more single bottles and save 50% using that code FREEDOM250. That's right, mix and match your favorite premium supplements and enjoy half off every bottle. So whether you're looking for quality omega-3s, natural cholesterol solutions, weight loss, or joint comfort formulas, now's the perfect time to stock up and save, because for over 40 years, Rescue has delivered research-backed wellness solutions and high-quality ingredients you can trust. And with prices rising everywhere, there's never been a better time to save on the supplements you need most. Just go to res-q.com, mix and match site-wide, use the code FREEDOM250, or call a product consultant at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Because freedom feels even better when you're saving 50%. Shop online, save now at res-q.com. Use that code FREEDOM250.
Weather sponsored by H&K Group Incorporated.
The extreme heat warning is going to continue. We're going to get down to around 82 overnight. Tomorrow, high 102. Not much relief on Saturday. Mostly sunny, 99. Possible thunderstorm in the afternoon. Sunday, 92. Possible thunderstorms again. Monday, high 84.
Start your new career with H&K Group Incorporated. H&K Group wants to offer you the opportunity to be part of the industry leader. 80 locations across Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware. Visit hkgroup.com and apply today. H&K is an equal opportunity employer.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH. for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
You don't need another opinion, just the facts.
What caused that crash on the Schuylkill? Will it rain before the kids' game? What happened at the school board meeting last night?
At KYW News Radio, we don't take sides. We take notes, delivering the information you need to make the best decisions for your family.
The news you need whenever you need it.
Depend on KYW News Radio, Philadelphia's most trusted news leader for more than 60 years.
All right, what's the weather like out there?
It's hot, 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 real hot.
Can you tell me what it feels like?
Were you born on the sun? I said it's hot.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Is this how you're feeling right now? Well, don't let your house feel like a rainforest anymore. To keep your home cool, contact us at marvinecans.com. That's marvinekanze.com.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations.
Okay, it is Dom time. Side question today, all-time American moment. That's what we're looking for. 855-839-1210. You can get on board. And, of course, today, the Liberty Medal, it's sycophantic progressives, subtle progressives. And, again, who's more liberating by what's going on in Iran? President Trump or the approach of Pope Leo? But again, it's easy to say that. Everybody's saying lovely things, peace, just continue talking to them. 47 years with this evil force that we still have barely contained. We may have killed thousands of them. There are thousands, tens of thousands more who need that. There is no talking with them. You know it, and I know it. I know it because of South Philly. Maybe Pope Leo didn't get that in Chicago. That there are people that you cannot deal with by talking. And the Iranian leadership, these religious fanatics, they are that group. They're right at the top of the list. Let's go to Joe in Exton. Joe on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe, good afternoon.
Yes. Hello, Dom, and good afternoon.
Afternoon.
My American moment is when Kate Smith sings, God bless America, land that I'd love, stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above.
Absolutely. Great moment. It's a shame
Nice voice.
the ownership of the Flyers put a hood over her head like she was a terrorist down and put her in a factory someday that we're going to have to liberate. That's a good one, Joe. Yeah, there's the Freedom Medal. I'm still working on the Frank Rizzo statue. We haven't heard more on that. Thought it might happen by July 4th. But Kate Smith, remember the embarrassment of the Flyers putting the black hood over Kate Smith? My God. All right, you're taking down her statue. Give it to Wildwood. Mayor Ernie said he would put it up in Wildwood. What's the big deal? Kate Smith, because of one song back in the 1930s. Unbelievable. 855-839-1210. That's how you get in. Ken in Naples, Florida, on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Ken, good afternoon.
Hey, Dom, good afternoon. How are you today?
Good.
All right. Well, I'm a former Philadelphian and follow the news of Philadelphia pretty carefully. Actually, I still live in Westchester a few months a year, but follow the news about the cancellation of the parade for tomorur.
Well, today.
In Philadelphia.
Today it is. It was today's
today.
parade.
Okay.
Yes.
Excuse me. Well, if memory serves me correctly, anytime there's been a cancellation of, say, the Thanksgiving Day parade or the Mummers Parade for usually it's weather, they would reschedule it to the next appropriate day. On Sunday, the temperature is expected to be 10 degrees lower than it is today.
Mm-hmm.
So why don't they just reschedule till Sunday?
Well, my answer would be because they really don't care, Ken. The only thing they care about is this obscene gesture on July 4th called their big party on the Parkway. That they won't cancel no matter what happens. This parade is aided and abetted greatly by Wawa, which is the thing propping up everything that goes on here. They're not really. July 4th to them is not any of that stuff. It's all a brand that Philadelphia wants. And what they really want is the mob to be entertained tomorrow night, whereas the people we brought you, Washington, has that blend of pop music, but also patriotic stuff. Why is it so hard to accomplish? So, no, they're not going to reschedule it as far as I know, Ken. And I charge them.
And I agree with you.
Yeah, I charge them, you're right, that they don't really care about this. That is not the essence of Philadelphia. Patriotism is not. Let's face it, the entire Democrat Party. Let me put it to you this way. If Sherelle Parker went out of her way to be patriotic around all this stuff, just think of the pressure they're under with socialists all around, with Krasner all around, and the mobs in Philadelphia who elected a guy for Congress, Chris Rabb, who just stood in front of Independence Hall and wanted reparations.
Yeah. Patriotism is a dirty word with those folks. It just is. John, can I, if I...
Yeah.
Yeah, you're about my age. I just turned 70. I'm 50. I was born in 56, so we're about the same age. Never had this opportunity before, but you actually started advertising my stations back when you were on DB in the mid-'80s. It helped my business a lot, and I sold it out to private equity about 4 or 5 years ago. And now I can live in Naples and enjoy the good life. But I just wanted to say thanks. You were, without knowing it, as an advertiser on your station, and the people that are thinking about advertising on PHT, is that do it. Spend your money, because it really worked out well for me. And I just wanted to say thank you. It may have been reading the script to you, but to me, it was my lifeline.
No, it is not. You know what?
True.
Yeah, to that point, I know every one of these people that have been with me for years, and particularly when they're a small business or a regional business, I realize they're entrusting us, and I realize they're choosing us because it is the best method to really our credibility to reach people, but also they're rolling the dice because of the political winds that are out there. So someone willing to do that, I could not be more beholden to them.
Well, thanks again. You grew my business, helped me. I grew it. I sold it with 780 employees the day I sold it.
What was the business, Ken? What was the business?
What's that?
What was the business?
It started out as a pest control company, but we morphed over into commercial pest control, like nuclear power plants, hospitals, defense, and from the Carolinas all the way up to New England. But from a kid from Philly, and when you read my company's name on the air on the copy, and I only had about 6 or 7 employees driving around that hot pickup truck with no air conditioning, I would have went to the parade, and no matter what weather it was, I was fired up. That kind of stuff fires you up. So if you're a young business person starting out and you got a few extra dollars, throw it into smart marketing. You'll be amazed how many salespeople you suddenly have out in the field for you doing the job for you.
Thank you, Ken. Have a great 4th. That certainly makes a day, but that is the secret sauce of talk radio, too. The advertisers, be it Dr. Bentz, Diane Giordano, Rizzo's back in the day. When people like Ken plunk down that money, and it is the live read is a nuclear weapon of reaching people because of our credibility on the line about what we're telling you about these folks. Lou Zamuda, the king of vertical blinds. You can't make that up. Over in Clifton Heights. This is a club. People take to this. People get involved in this. Again, with the Pope today, it is just stunning to me. Stunning to me where the Catholic Church has gone, the nonsense that they engage in, and this is nonsense with illegal immigration. But to be this naive, I don't think all popes have been, to say, well, why don't we just continue to talk with the Iranians? Aren't you tired of talking with these people? How long can you talk with evil? And just look at what's going on right now. There's no real ceasefire here. It's a semi-war. It's like war light that's still going on. And that's what they're going to do at the end of these 60 days. So I'm not sure at this point exactly what the leverage is with them. But that is the only thing they understand. And even that, they still haven't gotten the message. How many of them do we have to kill in leadership? They are religious fanatics. There's enough of them there. There's enough different factions. And they want to continue this evil on the world. And we're going to follow a guy who says, yeah, he could talk with them. It's always talking. That's the way to deal with it. They're not Hitler. They're not in that league. How did that go, though, trying to talk to Hitler? All right, let's go to Joe in Columbus. Joe is on Talk Radio 1210. Joe, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Dom, and happy Independence Day to everyone on your side of the microphone and everyone on this side of our dial.
Thanks, Joe.
Thank you, Joe, very much.
As a temporary reprieve from the silliness we do.
Of course.
Dom, this Pope is a coward, plain and simple. If he had any concern about borders, he would have set a meeting with Trump. He would have at least pushed. He would have said something. I got to meet with the President of the United States. He has made no movement to that effect.
That's exactly right.
He?
No, and he hasn't opened up the Vatican walls either, nor will he.
Yeah, it's all about show. He's ostentatious, and that's all he wants to do. Go to the belly of the beast, Pope, and solve the problem that you're crying so much about. He's full of himself.
Well, Joe, even more of a lane that this guy, I take him that he is not lying, and he actually believes this religious bubble that we ought to continue to talk to the Iranian evil. Biblically, realistically, South Philly-ly, we know what that means. You don't talk to evil. Ultimately, you have to confront it, and that's what we're doing.
And Dom, he's not making any mention of abortion. I mean, he's not capable of multitasking. Come on.
That is the perfect thing. Yeah, I wonder if the Liberty Medal over at the Constitution Center would consider that liberty if he talked about liberating late-term abortion babies.
It's an epidemic, and he has not made any movement to address anything about it. So he's worthless to me, and it hurts me to say that.
Yeah, I hear you, Joe, without a doubt. So what's your side today?
Don, my side is the extension of the Great American Dinner Together, and it's simply the backyard barbecue.
That is a great one. Thank you, Joe, very much. All right, it is the lightning round next. Be ready. We'll get you as many as we can. That Great American Moment, we'll get a winner, and then we'll give you the 5 winners. Well, 4 this week. I was out one day. Put them into the hat, and you'll get a pair of lawn tickets. Wow. To see Dave Matthews Band Summer Tour 2026, July 10th at Freedom Mortgage Pavilion in Camden, New Jersey. Thank you, Walter Koss. Big prize. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
You've got bikes, you've got scooters, you've got delivery drivers, now we have robots. What does it say about a city? And I get it, this is the direction of technology. All of the extra technology that's moving as you're trying to move in an already congested city, I think there's going to be a lot of pushback and resistance to the robots here in Philadelphia. Short of the bougie crowd that's going to love it in and around Market and Chestnut.
Send me my Chipotle.
Yes.
Oh, this robot from Uber. Like, are we that lazy?
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Life doesn't slow down, and planning your financial future can feel overwhelming. That's where Monastra Financial Group comes in. Whether you're preparing for retirement, managing a 401k, or protecting what matters most, their team offers personalized guidance built around you. With a straightforward approach, they help turn complex decisions into clear, confident steps forward. Take control of your financial future today. Text Mike Monastra at 484-471-4879. That's 484-471-4879.
With the world's biggest soccer tournament here in Philadelphia, restaurants all over the Delaware Valley are preparing for generational games and generational crowds. We're welcoming visitors from all over the world. And if you're a restaurant owner, you know the next few weeks will be the most challenging and most rewarding of the year. So if you're worried that your point of sale won't stand up to the task, you need to talk to our friends at PDQ POS. Make sure your system is ready. Get a free demo at pdqpos.com.
If clutter is costing you time, fix it right away. Closet Factory designs and installs custom storage for closets, pantries, and home offices. Schedule a free design consultation at closetfactory.com. Closetfactory.com.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit PIDentalCenter.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
Yes, that is right. Hit us with that all-time American moment. Dina in Cherry Hill on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Dina, go right ahead.
Hi, Dom. Thank you so much, you and your staff, for everything that you do.
Thank you, Dina.
I waited a long time because I really wanted to share this. During the Vietnam War, my husband was stationed on the USS Saratoga aircraft carrier. It was housed in Philadelphia Navy Yard, and they were coming home from deployment. And I'll never forget the sight of that ship coming up the river to the port, to the Philadelphia port, with 4,000 sailors and Marines in their uniforms, all standing, lining the deck. And just standing on the pier and looking up at that sight, it's unbelievable. It's just an unbelievable sight, and I'll never forget it, even though it was that many years ago.
That is a great moment, Dina, and I'm so glad that you remember it. You know the downside of some returning home from Vietnam. So when you have a moment like that, it certainly is to be cherished. Thank you, Dina. Thanks for waiting to say that.
Yep, I really wanted to share that, and I hope people can see that site someday, because it's an unbelievable American experience. It really is.
Thanks, Dina. When Dina said that, I remember, and a lot of you remember, you were with me, when the iron workers marched in to New York City the day after 9/11 to try to get people out. Maybe it was a day, I think it was the day after. And thousands of New Yorkers on the sidelines, thousands, tens of thousands, were cheering them on. That was, and we didn't even know the hazards they were facing in dealing with that. That was a very moving moment. Zenos on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Zenos, afternoon.
Good afternoon, Dom, and happy Independence Day for the best country in the world. You know what, Dom? I had something to say, but I can't beat, Dina's thing, so I'm dropping out on that one. You can't beat that one with the sailors. I'm taking mine out. I would like her to, I'm taking mine out. But what I like to say, Dom, is about this Pope. You figure an American Pope. If I was an American Pope and they told me to come back and get medals to visit a president, forget the island there with all those, where they come in. I would have came to my country to accept the medal and to talk to my president. That's what I would have done, and especially on the day of the 4th of July, with 250 years. This guy, I just can't criticize him, Dom. I'm not Catholic, but he's not right. He's not doing the right stuff, my opinion. And it's a shame, it's a shame for what he's doing and not honoring this great country. And again, these people, the same people that are backing up terrorists, Hezbollah and all those guys and, Iran, these are the same people that are backing that up. They don't see it. There's an old Greek saying, when you're looking at the wolf, you want to chase the wolf. And the guy says, yeah, we got to find his footprints. The wolf is right in front of you. Iran is one of them. And it's a shame, Dom. I'm just a little pissed off, that he's not coming to the greatest country in the world to have a medal bestowed upon him. I would have done cartwheels to come here,
Thank
Dom.
you, Zenos. I love that. The Greek thing here, Kirk. Look for the footprints. The Greek saying, no, the wolf's right in front of you every day.
Slide right in.
Right. Dropping out for Dina. Dina's call is very moving, but who did you hear?
I'm going with Dina.
Dina?
Yep.
Sean? All right, so we got Dina here then. All right, let's put the names into the hat. Let's hear the big four this week.
All right, the big four. All right, so on Monday, something associated with Jersey. Michael from Wilmington went with State Aroma. Tuesday, June 30th, something associated with outdoors. Lance from South Philly went with Winnebago. Yesterday was disappointments. Lance from Springfield Township was MoMA. And today we have Dina from Cherry Hill. So we're going to put that all in the number generator. And today's winner is Dina.
All right, Dina of Cherry Hill has won a pair of lawn tickets to see the Dave Matthews Band Summer Tour 2026, July 10th at Freedom Mortgage Pavilion in Camden, New Jersey, courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets are on sale at Ticketmaster.com. All right, so we'll be back on Monday. God knows the things that may happen over the next period of time, but great sharing today with you. Thank you for producing today, checking in. Sean and Kirk, as usual.
Thank you.
Thanks for stepping in, particularly the castles and the beer drinking and
Absolutely.
all that stuff. And
Absolutely.
again, thanks to all the callers. You've gotten to know these folks. The next Mulligans, you got to be out there and meet everyone. Follow me on Twitter, though, over the weekend at DomShow1210, at DomShow1210. A lot still happening, and there's nothing like July 4th. It is in many ways the greatest holiday other than religious, simply because we take stock of what in the world went on here, the genius that unleashed where we are today. And again, if the Pope and others don't want to recognize that, don't want to come here because of Trump, we're going to continue to fight this battle. Socialism is not going to win in America. We've been through this before. This is a particularly virulent brand of it because it's also fueled by anti-Semitism. It's the Muslim extremist mixing in with the socialist. Which one's driving it? Well, I think Islam's driving it more than the socialists are driving the other way. But in the end, we'll come through this, whatever happens in the midterms. All right. Afternoon show is next for 3 big hours. And again, have a great 4th of July. There's no holiday like it to combine a sense of looking back over 250 years and also enjoyment, sheer enjoyment. But I'll have my eye tonight on Washington answering the question, of course you can combine patriotism and Big Name X. And go, Patti LaBelle. I'm glad you're in Washington tonight. That's where you belong, not here with what we'll see in Philadelphia. You're listening to Dom Giordano, noon until 3, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Experience matters, especially